1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Welcome back to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's doubleheader coverage of the 2025 World DipCon at Whipping in San Francisco, California. After 3 intense qualifying rounds, the field has been narrowed. 21 players have fought their way into the prestigious Champions Pool. They're battling it out across 3 final boards as we speak for the title of World DipCon Champion. Cannot wait. This is a classic every single year, and it's fortunately for everyone, not just me. I'm Brian Pravel. I'm your host this evening, but joining me today are 2 people who know a little bit about playing in World Championships. Chris Brand, World Champion, and Andrew Goff, World Champion. Welcome to you both.
Thank you. It's great to be here, Brian.
Andrew, you are Marathon Man of the Day. You just helped cover all of our qualifying rounds. Really appreciate that coverage. And I do want to give a quick shout out to Robert Wardy and, of course, to you, Andrew, for your fantastic coverage. I was able to catch a couple of hours of that and really enjoyed what I watched. Why don't you just give us the tiniest little taste of some of the things that happened during those qualifying rounds to help kind of get our palates wet?
Well, we wanted to go way over time because there were some very interesting games, and the format of the tournament really encouraged people to go for big board tops. And my goodness, we saw a few. It will come as no surprise that the last 2 world champions, Jamal and Nicola, featured in the coverage, and they featured. We also had a big 18 that I'm sure you will mention in a moment, which has an old stayer of the hobby right in contention to win that elusive world championship.
Well, we will be covering a very, very brief recap of our top 21 players and how they managed to make it into the qualifying pool. During this broadcast, we are going to cover the Champions Pool, and there will be 3 games that we cover. For this year's World DipCon event, Adam Silverman and Siobhan Nolan and Alex Aman have put together one heck of a tournament, over 105 players participating. That's why those big scores are really, really important. When you get 105 players, it takes a big score to make it up into the top 21. And at this event, they played 3 rounds. The best of 2 scores counted. They could drop their bottom score. Whoever had the highest total 2 scores at the end of the 3rd round qualified for the Champions Pool. Top 21 players competing. And then for this round, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they are all competing. They take in their existing scores, but then all of the points in the Champions Pool are worth 1.5 times. So all the points that you get in this round will make quite a big difference in the overall score, but you are still bringing in some of those points from the qualifying rounds with you. So it's not starting from 0. And as we'll get to, there's a couple players that might have a slight advantage from that front, or perhaps a disadvantage if other players are paying attention. So with that kind of setup, let's talk about World DipCon. Chris, I'm going to start with you here. What does World DipCon mean to you, first as a player, and then you can talk about the competitive side of it as well?
Yeah, well, my first Worlds was Vancouver in 2007, and I first started playing face-to-face tournaments in 2004. So like 3 years in, I went to my first Worlds, and I loved it enough that almost all my family vacations since then have been planned around Worlds. I missed Milan and I've missed this one, but apart from that, I've been to every World since 2007. So, I mean, that gives you a pretty good idea of what I think about it. It's so much fun. Like all the best players make an effort to be there. And it's just the number of people who love the game who are attending there, and the atmosphere, like, you know, not actually at the games, but in between the games, you know, going for meals with people and drinks or whatever. It's just the most amazing atmosphere. All these people who love this game that we love. So,
Andrew, what about you?
Well, I think I would second all of that. That's my first international Worlds was in a castle outside Vienna, and I spoke about that in the last stream. My second one I did pretty well at, so I had a good time there as well. But the ones that I've enjoyed most have actually been some of the ones where I haven't been in contention. So the Vienna one is an example. The one at Oxford, where I had a truly awful tournament. It happens to all of us. But the experience at a World DipCon, when you can socialize with people, meet people, diplomacy players by and large are interesting and able to talk. So I have met and made great friends from all over the world, people who I might not necessarily have ever thought to have a conversation with. It's just broadened my perspective on life. And yes, it's a good excuse to travel the world on holidays. That I agree with. But the people and the experience is what makes it so special. That goes for Euro DipCon as well. It goes for the major tournaments in Australia. It goes for DipCon certainly, but World DipCon is something a little bit special, and strong recommend everyone get along to it if you can, whether you are the best in the world or truly the worst in the world. It's worth going.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a quick look. We're gonna watch some slides. Did not have time to put this together into a nice fancy video, but I decided that the important part is the content, and just want to give everybody a little tiny taste of what it's like to be at a World DipCon. These were crowdsourced from the participants. I've been paying attention to social media, Discord, and there was a Google Drive where people were updating videos and photos. So lots of different perspectives. Maybe those players who were there might even see some stuff that maybe they didn't get to be a part of, but you'll hopefully create some memories, reminisce a little for those that were there, and give the rest of us who couldn't make it a chance to see what that was like. So there you see the social aspect and just hanging out with other people who share a passion and probably starts a conversation about diplomacy. Maybe you say, hey, what's your favorite opening? What's your favorite power to play? Something along those lines. And then turns quickly into learning more about other people. And I've met, I can honestly say, my very best friends in life through this game. And this is just a great way to go about doing that. So hope you get a little tiny taste of that. With that, though, we've got more from those people who were there. So I'm going to pull up a couple of videos here. And first, we're going to take a look at a panel discussion that David Hood helped organize. We'll all get to watch this together. And after that, we will have one more little video clip, and we're going to get into our coverage.
All right. Hello, folks. And I am crouching to get into the screen here. We are here at the 2025 World DipCon in San Francisco. I'm David Hood. I'm the host of the Deadline program on Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Today we are having, as the opening festivity for our event this weekend, a panel discussion entitled World DipCon Past and Future. And so the panel we have to answer some questions about World DipCon include Dan Lester, winner of the World DipCon in 2022, after having come in second a couple of times in 2009 and 2014 at some jackass tournament.
It was amazing.
Yes.
Be careful,
and
with
then also hosted World DipCon in 2017. All right, we've got Eddie Brisson, who's been to as many World DipCons, I assume, as anybody currently living, probably more than anybody currently living. So Eddie Brisson. And then we've got Nicolas Sahuguet, winner of the 2024 World DipCon and the 2006 World DipCon. So Nicolas Sahuguet. All right, so I'm going to start off with this question, and I'm going to start off with you, Dan Lester. I'm going to hand you the microphone. All right, so you ready? Okay. Each of you have had a long history with World DipCon as an institution. Of course, I've already said that each of you have a lot of World DipCon experience. Could you describe a little bit in more detail what your experiences of World DipCon have consisted?
Thanks, David. So, yeah, as you say, I hosted one in 2017, which is probably one of the proudest moments that I have got with this hobby. We'll talk maybe a little bit about that later. I first went when I was young, and now I'm older. I think it's coming on 30 years since I started playing diplomacy and first started going to tournaments as a teenager. And one of the first tournaments that I went to was actually a World DipCon. So the number one thing I want to say about it is that the amazing thing about World DipCon, in my experience, is that it brings together people at the beginning of their diplomacy journey. And hopefully you all become as addicted to it as I did. And also people who are looking for apex type experiences in the face-to-face hobby. So yeah, I've been to 16. This is my 16th. Wow. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So trying to think about it, proving that if you try and try again, then eventually, you're more than likely. Anyway, Eddie, can you beat 16?
Of course. Not only have I been to 22, but before the World DipCon was created, which I believe was 1990? 88. Okay, 88. I'd already been playing for 16 or 18 years. This will be my 60th year in this hobby. Before we had World DipCon, we had what was just called the DipCon. And the little bit of history there, DipCon 2, which was 1969, there were 10 of us. And that's when we started the DipCon, and we decided that if we said this was DipCon 1, it would be too pretentious. So we said this was DipCon 2, and we announced that 2 years ago was DipCon 1. And that's been the case, and that's now called the North American DipCon. And so the DipCons were created not as a tournament, but as an excuse for the postal hobby to get together so that we could put face-to-face and also settle. It's much harder to be angry and yelling at everyone when you're passing them a beer. And so the whole purpose of the DipCons and the entire movement was to bring people together and to have us put aside all the things that divide us and have a great old time lying, cheating, and stabbing each other in the back, and then going down to the local pub or bar and having a couple of beers or Diet Cokes and enjoying yourselves. That is the spirit and the issue of the DipCon.
All right, speaking of stabbing everybody, Nicola, would you like to talk about your World DipCon?
Yes, I couldn't disagree more with Eddie. DipCon is about winning, and that's the only thing that matters. If you don't win, you're a loser, and you're going to just be miserable for the rest of the year until the next chance you have to win one. So, I started, I think 2006 was my first DipCon, and I kind of liked it because I won. And then I kept coming back because I thought, this thing is easy, I have it under control. And last year was my 14th DipCon, and I won again. So now I think, it's easy. I'm going to do it again. And so, maybe in 20 years.
Nicola,
I can wait.
Nicola, staying with you for a minute, what is your most cherished World DipCon memory?
I'm going to be like shamefully pleasing Dan, but I think the one in Oxford in 2017, I really, really enjoyed everything there. It was a great experience. It was, we had the dinner in this kind of old Oxford dinner house. We were having breakfast with, 18-year-old painting looking at us. Everything was great. And I went to the top board. This is one of the best picture of, the 7 players in front of an Oxford old painting outside was great. Doug, where is that? Doug Moore won. So congratulations to him. But even if I didn't win, it was a great experience. So for me, it was a great memory.
Well, for me, I would have to say for World DipCon, it's this one. And for all of you, it should be the next one. We should always be thinking that the next one is always going to be better than this one. And you are going to make this one better than any one you had.
I can't say hosting it because that's been stolen, so I'm stabbed again in the nicest possible way by Nicola. I'm going to say 2005, Washington. It was the first one that I traveled to the United States for. I did some in Europe, which is, it was a little bit of a short hop, reasonably easy to do, but to come all this way on spec, hoping that it would be a good time. And I met so many incredible players from the American hobby. It made me realize this is a worldwide hobby. The hosting was spectacular. The venue was wonderful. And I met some people who are still my friends today, 20 years later. So cherished, it's that one.
All right, well, here's the next question. Of all the players that you have faced in your World DipCon competitions over the years, can you identify one who stands out and why?
Awkward. It's tempting to say people have become, have taught me a lot in the game, or become great champions, and I could name any number of those. I'm actually going to pick someone who has done a huge amount for the hobby and has become a great personal friend of mine, Nathan Barnes, and also I'm going to pick 2, Mark Zoffel as well. They're not here this weekend for personal reasons, but I know they want to be. And what they did for my experience of transatlantic for the hobby and what they've done for the American hobby, they stand out to me as magnanimous people. They enjoy the fun of the game. They did as much as anyone to detoxify environments and support hobby as they went along. It's those guys. It's those 2 guys. So respect to them in this United States of America.
Great.
Well, I could give you a couple of names, but they've been dead for 50 years. So amongst the more current 21st century players, it is actually here. All right. And this is probably the most anti-French player you will ever meet. And that's Jan. All right. Whenever Jan and I have been on a board, the first thing he tells me is, let's kill all the French players. All right. And we do. He is, I like to do funny things and strange things, and he's always up for it. And we have a great time doing it. So I always enjoy playing with Jan. And, you know, I can remember a time where we were playing on the boat in Texas, and he comes into Texas wearing a communist CCCP T-shirt into Texas to try to pass through customs. And they were lucky that they didn't do a body check on him. And he couldn't understand why they were upset. All right. But Jan is always up. I've always had a good time with Jan.
I couldn't agree more with Eddie, because I'm also going to pick Jan. You know, first he was on the 2 top boards that I won. No, he was not in the first one. It's not true, but he was at the 2 tournaments I won. But more than that is when I started playing, around 2002-3 in France. He was really a huge part of the community. He was organizing tournaments. He was playing a lot online. I learned a lot from him. American players always complain that I play balance of power, that I try to be patient, and that's something that I learned from him. So that would be my.
I have never complained about balance of power players.
No, you never do.
Okay, here we go. Next question, if I can actually read this. All right, here we go. What about World DipCon has changed significantly over the years, if you can describe what that is?
I would say my answer would be we are all getting older, but fortunately the new thing is there are younger players that are coming in, are replacing the other one. But other than that, I always thought that it's a very friendly meeting of people. Many of us, we don't meet very often, and this is the place where we all congregate once every year or 2 years or 3 years. And it's fantastic to see people from different countries, different backgrounds, different age groups, different politics. They come and they have a good time when they are playing diplomacy. And then maybe when they come back home, they will get back to fighting. But at least for a couple of days, we are all friends of the board, of course.
I would say that we have progressively become more competitive. And this is both good and bad. One of the things is the style of play, or I should say the quality of play, has increased immensely in the last, what am I talking about, 30 years, something like that. All right. The play is much better. The play is much sharper. The communication is still lacking on a few things. These youth here who, they don't even know script, let alone, we used to speak in paragraphs rather than 144 or 288 characters. But aside from that,
what was the over/under on us getting to this point?
Right.
In the first 15 minutes.
So there you go. So those are the two biggest differences. We play better, we talk less. There you go.
All right, that's fine. Dan, same question.
It's funny that you said that. What I was going to say is that back in the day, the players were really good. And now, no, I'm not going to say no. Genuinely, the difference is the variety of locations, right? I can almost find it almost impossible to believe that over the years, so many different cities around so many different countries around the world have hosted this thing. And I think that's spectacular. And the opportunity to go to these places, that continues, right? So what's the difference? The locations are different. The sets of people that you meet are different. And critically, when I first started going to World DipCons, it was white males, pretty much exclusively. No one cared about that. And people, notwithstanding what you said earlier about not shouting it, people did shout at each other. There was a lot of, you know, you might call it boisterous behavior. Nowadays, what we would definitely call unacceptable behavior. And I think the hobby's progressed significantly in that time. If anyone stands up at the board and shouts at someone or gets in someone's face this weekend, I would be astonished. Whereas it would be almost board to board in the old days when people got upset. So that's huge progress. And I'll leave the comment about the standard of play down.
Yeah, just to add a postscript to that, that wouldn't have only been, even 10 or 15 years ago, it still would have been the shouting. That's been a relatively recent phenomenon. All right, back to you, Dan. How important do you think World DipCon is to the hobby and why?
I mean, obviously this is colored by, you know, the fact that we're all sitting here and that we're all sitting in this room. I think we're all going to agree this is an apex moment. But look, the hobby doesn't revolve around World DipCon, right? People buy boards of diplomacy and they play them locally. But it was the case that when back in the day when you bought a copy of Diplomacy in the UK, you would open up, you'd have to open up the board and you would see a flyer in there for a tournament to go to, which was Manacon, which is the main UK tournament. And a lot of people came to the hobby that way. And yes, a world championship is absolutely a center of gravity for diplomacy, an amateur center of gravity, if I may be so bold, a hobby run by enthusiasts, for enthusiasts, at our own cost, at our own desire. And if you're out there now, there's tens of thousands of board games to choose from. And some of them even have world championships, but none of them are like this. So I think World DipCon is vitally important for the hobby. I'm not saying essential. I think it's crucial, and that's why I've been to so many of them. not to try and win, all right?
Yeah. Importance of World DipCon.
We'll solve that other problem, the winning part. The focus of the DipCons was always getting people together. It was the one time that everyone in the hobby would say, okay, this weekend I'm going to be in Chicago. This week I'm going to be in Chapel Hill, whatever. And we always focused on that. Since I first got involved with the World DipCon, for a while, it was the same thing. This is the one time of the year I'm going to go to wherever. And so I try very much. And that's the important part. This is a focal point for us to get together. It is also the focal point to generate the enthusiasm and the strength of the what I might call the door-to-door hobby. All right, we all get recharged here. We go home, and we all become the ambassadors and the little marketing arm of the hobby. And this is where we re-energize our batteries. This is where we compare notes to what's worked, what hasn't worked, what the hell have you enjoyed, what the hell didn't you, and you know how many pounds this guy has put on since the last time we saw him. All right, so this is important, you know. Well, actually, some people it's kilos. So there you go. So the importance is that this is a place to recharge your batteries. This is a place to sort of like, it's like going to church or going to temple. Only, you know, it's Easter, Passover, Eid, and everything else that happens once a year, and you make your effort to be there regardless of how religious you are. So there you go. That's what's important about it.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, the hobby is very diverse. I mean, there is the Australian hobby who is here in force. There used to be a very strong French hobby. You know, it's a bit weaker now, numbers.
Jan's fault.
But, you know, there is a strong, British group. Then in the US, there is the East Coast, there is the West Coast, there is the Chicago group. And they all have like different philosophies. And I think it's kind of always been a way to say, okay, you know, our way is the best way, or we have the better players. And it's kind of a way to come and compete in a friendly way against each other. And then you say, okay, you know, maybe this East Coast player, they know something we don't, or these Australian players, they do something right, and maybe there is something to learn there. I think from virtual also, there are lots of players who kind of know each other, but virtually from all over the world, and it's a great opportunity to just go and meet in real life. So this is a great occasion.
Yep. All right, we've talked about a little past, a little present. Now let's talk about a little future for World DipCon. As organizers begin to work on future World DipCons going forward, what should they be focusing on? What are the most important things for organizers to concentrate on as they prepare these events?
I think the social events, giving people the opportunity to have time, between the games, before the games, before the tournament, to just socialize and do things together. I think it's very important. I think especially during the tournament. I mean, in the US, very often you have time to socialize before the tournament, maybe a bit after, but everybody's leaving. But also during the tournament, I think trying to make time for moments where people can relax a little bit, because these tournaments can be very tiring. And sometimes just giving them moments where there is one evening where you can maybe have a bit of fun and not worry too much about the tournament. I think it's a good place to start. I know we don't have much time during the tournament, so it's.
I would like to see a sort of like a shift in our focus, where we would have a World DipCon in which the marketing is to grab as many people as we can, and then have a World DipCon where we are grabbing the best of the players. So that the combination of these on different levels, so we could actually in effect have a World DipCon where 2 levels of play are involved, because otherwise we may wind up with a situation where the result is as a result of being randomized against a bunch of new players, or one where all the various elite world-class players are all killing each other. And I think doing a combination or doing something that regards to focus on quantity and focus on quality, I think this is a future aspect that we should develop.
It's a great question, and it's not lost on me that you're asking 3 middle-aged white guys from the past about what the
Talk
future of the
about
hobby is going to
yourself,
be.
white guy.
Yeah, so more red than white, thanks, son. I mean, I've had my go, right? I've had my chance. I've hosted one. I did it the way that I felt the future of the hobby could be, and I think the people who are the future of the hobby, who are going to be hosting these events, you're in this room watching us. Lord help you, and perhaps even watching this broadcast. And it's in your hands. And the more diverse we are, the more outreach we have. Whatever that ends up, the shape of the tournament ends up being, large, small, different ways of adjudicating this game, where there's outright wins and everything else, and we have to sort of make up as we go along what's good and bad in the everything else category. Good luck to you. I can tell you it's well worth it. It's well worth it. Jump in it and be the future of this hobby. And it's going to be face-to-face, and it's going to be virtual, and it's going to be with whatever AIs are going to come along and try and beat us. So let's make sure we beat them.
Yeah, Skynet's not going to win. All right. Now, a challenge and an opportunity for World DipCon in the future. Give me a challenge that you see and an opportunity that you see.
Yeah, look, it's an amateur hobby, and I want to keep it that way. And everyone who's organised one, and everyone who's shelled out a load of money that maybe they can't afford to attend one, and everyone who's come to one and not won, or had a disappointing time and decided to get back on the horse and come again. And those are the challenges, and the challenges that we eat for breakfast, it seems, as a hobby, and have done. But I know that occasionally there are dips. There are dips in the hobby, where hobbies, they come and go, numbers of people playing, and enthusiasm for pushing forward. That's the challenge. We need to ride out the dips and make the most of these great moments that we have now, with so many people come together to do this. The opportunity is now, and we know what the challenges are, and I'm convinced that we can ride them out, because this is still the premier multiplayer board game in existence, bar none.
The challenge that I would like to see is that we become more sustainable. In 1976, Mike Rockamore and I ran DipCon, I guess Origins 2. We had 29 boards on round 1, 22 on round 2. And we need to be able to sustain our growth. We need to make sure that our hobby is united in both our marketing and our workings with everyone else in the community. That's the biggest challenge we have. And part of it is bringing in the current manufacturer, the current designers, the current developers, and also all the various people, as Dan has said, who will in the future run events. That's the challenge, is to find those, because we've burned out a lot of people who run an event. We have burned them out. I mean, like I said, I've been here almost 60, it'll be 60 years this Christmas. And I know a lot of people who ran one event and never again. We've got to be able to get teams together around the world, teams that will work on any particular event anywhere in the world and make it happen. That's the challenge. We as a hobby, we must be united worldwide to make the World DipCon go. It should not all rest on a local hobby somewhere. And that's important. And with that, I'd like to thank the Australians, or I used to thank the French before they got, the French and the Swedes played a very important part for me to get involved with the World DipCon. And this is important. So that's the challenge. And what was the other, the challenge?
Opportunity.
The opportunity. The opportunity is that the hobby has spread around. I would love to see us have an event in Rio de Janeiro. I would love to see us have an event somewhere in Africa somewhere. All right. I'd love to see us have an event on different countries. I'm always a sucker to go someplace I haven't been to before. And I enjoyed going to Bangkok. And I found it rather interesting this last couple of weeks, looking at the clips of the earthquake and seeing the area exactly where we were in Bangkok that has been affected by the earthquake. But that's what I would love to see us get more. I've played in a tournament in China. I would love to see us play one in Japan and elsewhere.
I mean, I think first, if we look around, it's a pretty large convention. It's one of the largest, I think, WDC in the past, I don't know, 10, 15 years. So that's big success. And I hope we can continue on this. I think part of the reason is there is a very large virtual community who has started playing, bringing up, new players, players who were, playing extended deadlines, also decided that might be a first step in the right direction. And I think maybe the big challenge is to unite these words and make sure that WDC remains this premium event. But for this to remain, it has to be that everybody can easily come. So I know, paying a plane ticket is it's expensive. So I think one of the issue, I think, to make it large and sustainable is that young players sometimes are not as well off in life as older players. And so I think thinking about the cost of participating to WDC is something that is important, and trying to find ways, I don't know if it's sponsorships or other things, to make sure that all the best young players feel that they have a chance to compete. Otherwise, I mean, it's not going to mean much. It's a bunch of all the rich players that can come and compete in WDC. WDC is to get the best, to have a chance to win.
On that point, we actually do have a Diplomacy Angel Fund that does, and you contact me, by the way. We have a group of donors who actually will help people come to events that have a financial need. Dan, did you have a comment?
I did. I appreciate I centered on the challenges, but not the opportunities. I think just for anyone watching, for the people in the room, the next opportunity is right now. because ultimately people are going to win here. People are going to win prizes. They're going to meet new people. The WDC itself is the epicenter, but the next opportunity is in Athens in May 2026. Go. Join us.
Final thoughts from each of you.
Just did it. Come to Athens.
Well, I have a mantra I'd like to repeat. We play games to have fun and make it fun for others. We try to achieve recognition from our peers. In the game of diplomacy, we win by rule book with 18 centers. But if you have to win by 18 centers, your diplomacy has failed. So remember that. Remember the first one. We play to have fun and make it fun for others.
Yeah, I think my last thoughts would be, like many things in life, we are very serious about diplomacy. We compete. We are really, but please let's hope that we don't take ourselves too seriously. It remains a game. I remember on the box I had when I was a kid, it was like written, the age appropriateness was like 9 to 13 or something like that. So yes, and the World Championship of a kids game. So yeah, it's great. I'm pretty proud of it, but it's not the end of the world. So if things don't go your way, it's still a game.
All right, how about it, folks? All right, thanks, guys. And now we're off to the races for World DipCon 2025.
Yay.
Beauty of the game of diplomacy is that it is a game about creating an environment of trust where trust is not required. And that particular element is unique. I have not found that in any other game. And the kind of player who enjoys that experiment coming together for that type of game is the type of person that is going to go to an event like this. And in my experience, is a really cool person to just get to know. And I want to thank David Hood for putting that panel together, and for all of our panelists for all of that, and for each of you for watching. I think that the messages there were very important, and I'm glad that those of us that were not able to attend were able to be part of that in some way. Chris, Andrew, anything y'all want to say before we get to our games?
No, I can't think of anything.
I have FOMO.
Yeah.
This is the first World DipCon I've missed in well over a decade, and seeing that just reminded me of what I'm missing out on this weekend. So this coverage is great, but yeah, I kind of wish I was there.
Well, we're glad you're here, and do want to thank everybody who is watching on the stream right now, whether you're watching live or if you're watching after the fact, whether you were able to attend or if you too are enjoying this because you can't be there yourself. But I do want to thank you, and to those of you that are in Dip Chat, definitely want to give a shout out. Dip Chat is one of my favorite parts of every single broadcast, and it's really important that I want to call that out before we get to our games. So with that, let's take a quick look now at our top 10 players. It is not this group of gentlemen. There we go. Our top 10 players by DBNI ranking. This is last season's DBNI ranking. So just a couple of the names that you're going to see tonight. Jamal Blakarli, Jordan Connors, Katie Gray, Micah Blom, Mikalis Kamaridis, Nicolas Sahugay, Jan Clouet, Riaz Varani, Noam Brown, and Ben Kelman, all featuring in today's broadcast. Let's get to our first game, and we've got 3 games in total. Just a quick recap. We know who the top 21 are. The players know what their scores are roughly, but they were not advertised. So there's no official record of the scores going into this round. So while I'm sure this group of players is probably all talking amongst each other, that does not mean that they necessarily know exactly the amount of points that they're going to need in order to win. And the experiment of this event is that there's going to be 3 simultaneous boards all going on at the same time. People coming in with a base set of score points, some of them quite large, and others maybe need a pretty significant bump in points this round in order to catch up to that larger group. So this group of players are going to know who those leaders are. They're going to know who had a good game. And the age-old question is, do you work with that player who perhaps had a good score because maybe they're a little more willing to work with you and give you something? But do you play with a little bit of fire there? Or do you organize the board, and does the board decide to just gang up on the leader to try and help close that gap? So before we see our first game, Chris, Andrew, as you go into this situation, you've both been there before, whether top board or pool play, what is your mindset as you're thinking through how you're going to partner with those leaders? If you are one, how are you, what pitches are you making? And if you're not the leader, what pitches are you making?
I mean, yeah, there's always a lot of figuring out where people stand and what results people want. Everyone, going into this round, everyone's goal is to come out on top overall. So you've got a reasonable idea of, okay, this person knows they need a lot of points. This person knows they need a decent finish, but the thing that's a little bit different with this one is you've got 3 boards. So you have to not just deal with what's on your board, but you have to make some guesses as to what's going to happen on the other boards, or keep an eye on what's happening on the other boards at the same time. So you've got to, it strikes me that it's a more difficult situation than I've dealt with in the past. But I mean, a lot of people are very capable of dealing with it. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun seeing how that works out.
So I've played in the only World DipCon that was a little like this, which was Sydney, where there was a top board, but anyone from any board in the tournament could still win. So winning the top board was certainly not enough. All of your scores from the previous rounds were counting, and that was a incredibly stressful experience. And what I was thinking at the time is very different from how I see it now. But there's a first principle that will get you a long way in diplomacy, and that is play to maximize your score. And that's it. If you're not doing that in a top board situation, or in a situation like this, or in any tournament, you're actually missing the first principle. If you get a second-rate score, you're not going to win no matter what anyone else gets. So the first bit of advice is play to maximize your score. The next thing is, I'm just the wrong person to ask, because for me, it's almost better for me to be in the lead in something like this, because I get targeted most games because of that reputational factor. So I'm more comfortable when I'm having that conversation. Hey, I'm leading the tournament. What are we going to do? Because I get that in round 1. It's Goffy. How do we kill him? That's what I overcome. It's really weird for me if I'm in 20th in this. I don't know what I'm doing, because it's just an unfamiliar game for me now. And I know that sounds a little arrogant, but actually it's just the honest truth. I do not know what strategy I would be pursuing if I was in 20th place trying to catch up to one of the leaders.
So I'm the opposite. I almost just make the cut. So we should chat.
All right. Well, as we get into these situations in these games, you can each reflect on how that reflects your own experiences. It'll be good to have you both. Let's go ahead and get to our very first game. So these games were randomized within these 3 rounds, and we're just going to go game by game. So our first one, we're looking at round 4, board 1. Chris, I'm going to have you as the lead for this one. Could you go ahead and introduce these players, and then I'll just run through some of the stats and how they kind of got here once you're done.
Sure. There's one name I don't recognize there, but I can talk about the others. Peter Jürgen, long-time player. He's been around a long time. He doesn't play as much as he perhaps used to. I played top board against him in 2016. I have fond memories of that game. Yeah, I mean, he's he's well at home on top boards. You know, very, very competent player. I would say possibly more of an alliance style player. Maybe that might work in. It depends on how the games go, I guess. Jan, we heard mentioned, one of the top players from France. Yeah, scary. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know Jan, then you should. If you're one of the North American players and you hear Jan's name, then watch out. And if you're one of the European players, then you absolutely know Jan already. So. Hunter is an interesting one. He's a player who's come on a lot in the last few years, I would say. He's one to watch. He was out in Thailand as well. I got to know him a bit better in Thailand. Katie is one I don't know, so I won't say anything more about Katie. Gnome is a bit of a different person to deal with here. He plays a lot more online than face-to-face, but we've been getting him out to face-to-face things. But a lot of his background is in working with the AIs and that kind of side of things, which gives him a bit of a different way of looking at the game, which has served him very well. So you might see some novel moves or novel openings or things like that from some of the things where the AI looks at the game a little bit differently, and he's very familiar with the way the AI looks at the game. Andrew is primarily an online player, although he's been getting out to a fair number of face-to-face things in recent times. Again, very, very strong player. And I think familiar enough with the face-to-face play that I don't see the problems with some online players have problems with like timings and things like that. The transition to face-to-face can be a little tough, but I think Andrew's over that stage already. Well, clearly he is because he's in this group. And Nicolas, we saw Nicolas earlier. He's been around for longer than I have playing the game, and has like won his first Worlds, I think, when I was first playing, and run his second Worlds very recently. So, yeah, that gives you a very good idea of how good Nicolas is.
Yeah, Nicolas is the defending champion. So I think that is very important context on this board. Jan Coulet has also won world champion. So we've got 2 world champions going head-to-head on this board. Andrew Zick is known online as Pixie. So for those of you who play primarily Extended Deadline or Postal, you may be familiar with that name. A very talented player. Everybody on this board is talented. Hunter Catcher, I believe, has won a Euro DipCon, and Noam Brown has been in, I believe, 2 of the DBN Invitational Super Sevens. So lots and lots of talent on this board. Katie is also new to me. So really excited to watch Katie, and man, just to make it into this top 21 is something. And then to make it as in this position, like 19th place, really kind of saved her momentum for the last round, kind of locking in her spot in that 3rd round. So a lot of talent. Andrew, I'm going to go ahead and switch it to our map. what is the matchup you're going to be keeping your eye on? What is the storyline that our audience should be paying attention to?
Well, I think the storyline, the headline here is no one's ever defended a world championship. And people have put themselves in positions to do it, and they've got really, really close. Nicolas, as it stands at the start of this, is really, really close. He's played a few outstanding games to get here, and he's drawn Turkey, which is a country he is good at. So he is the storyline. But what I'm actually most interested in from a game perspective is Peter and Gnome next to each other in Austria and Italy, because I cannot imagine more different playing styles than the two of them. One of them is, as you said, there's an AI influence on it, so it's a different thought about how tactics and strategy intertwine. And then Peter, who is Grand Alliance oriented, and he does have a knife, he knows how to use it, but the Alliance is the first option. And I cannot think of two more different players. If they can leverage each other's strengths, that will be huge. But if they can't make it work, then Nicolas is in the corner and looking scary. So should be a fascinating game.
Well, here we go as we kick off our actual game coverage of the 2025 World DipCon Championship at Whipping. Chris, I'm going to let you lead our take 1901, and then Andrew, you'll take 1902.
Okay. Nothing stands out as particularly exciting there. Bounce in the Black Sea, DMZ in the Channel. England definitely positioning to go east up towards Scandinavia. But nothing in Burgundy is kind of interesting. Paris held. Yeah, that's a little bit interesting moves from Hunter there. Venice held, leaving Trieste open. Vienna to Budapest. So Peter has negotiated friendly stuff with. Didn't need to bounce in either Trieste or Galicia. Let's put it that way. So, which is not a huge surprise. I think that fits with Peter. What I know about Peter's style of play. Yeah, hard to tell what's going to come out of this. Okay, so France picks up just Iberia, doesn't even worrying about Berlin. Yeah, Germany walks into Belgium, which is rather nice for Germany. Picks up 3. No bounce in Sweden. North Sea taps Denmark. That's an interesting move. Can't have thought it was going to. I guess maybe he thought it was going to go. Maybe Bosnia was going down to Baltic. In the south, a bounce in Romania is interesting. Smyrna to Armenia, bounce in Romania. So Nicola picking his target by the looks of it, saying, yeah, I want to take Sevastopol at least, and willing to work with Peter to do that. And Venice walks into Trieste, which who knows, could be arranged or could not be. And did Apulia fail to make it to Tunis? I guess the convoy wasn't ordered.
No, it went through. I think it's just
Okay.
covered by the failed move from London or from Yorkshire.
Right. Okay.
No, sorry.
Yeah,
Apulia-
no, it didn't get into Tunis, did it? So that's that's interesting. Misorder, presumably, because you can't see any reason for him not to want to put it into Tunis at that position. So the interesting question is whether Venice to Trieste was agreed or not. It may well have been. The fleet's still in Ionian, so that could be a let's go and attack Turkey.
So a couple things that our tournament director, Adam Silverman, brought up. He said that for this weekend, Italy borrowed Trieste in probably somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of the game. So that's not an atypical move in the modern meta, but that is higher than average. He said that along with that, in the first 3 rounds, there were 39 games and 21 eliminations for Austria. So his question is there a correlation, perhaps? So Andrew, anything stand out to you in these in the fall?
I think the bounce in Romania is the most interesting move on the board. If that trend continues and there's a Turkey-Austria alliance happening, if it's a nascent thing, then that misorder convoying the army to Tunis could really seal the deal. But if, on the other hand, Trieste is agreed and it doesn't stick, then that's where the most interest on the board is. I think the West, bless them, they've opened very, very standard. North to Denmark is not a thing. It's just a random move. It's as random as Yorkshire to Greece. So nothing to see in the West yet.
We've got Katie putting down double fleets, Kiel, Berlin, Army in Munich. We've got Army Paris, Fleet Marseille for France. So my first thought in seeing this was, we're setting up for a Western Triple. But then we've got a little bit of fun with Jan building Fleet London. So maybe not. I will be watching that one closely. Everything else seemed pretty typical to me, with the exception of the army build in Khan. Typically, Russia or Turkey's first build is often a fleet. I'll go to you, Andrew. Why the army? Do you agree with that?
Well, I understand it. I'm not sure it's the right build against a player like Noam in Italy, but we'll find out. The idea is you're moving against Russia quickly, but I don't actually see that it lands yet. So maybe just parking Fleet Con into the Aegean and locking down your defensive position would have been what I would have done. But Nicola is the reigning world champion, so I'm going to bet on him having some diplomatic information that we don't have.
I mean, when I've been in that situation and I've built an army, it's usually something that I've arranged with Italy, where I'm looking to form that IT alliance. So, but as you say, with the earlier play, it's not clear that from the Italian moves so far that the IT alliance is an option here. So, yeah.
The other thing that stands out to me is the 2 German fleets. So that's wouldn't have been what Jan wanted to see. Okay, I think it's my turn, isn't it? I immediately am in love with Hunter and want him to win the World Championship. If you are moving units in a circle, you're my friend. So 10 out of 10, no feedback. Otherwise, it turns out that maybe Trieste was agreed and Noam walks the army down to Albania and just walks into Aegean because Turkey didn't build that fleet. So that's the risk you take there. Turkey tries to convoy the army across to Romania with support, but Austria is now working with the Russian and putting them into Romania, cutting Bulgaria. So that question I asked may have already been answered. The Austria-Turkey might have been a good idea that has stopped being a good idea. And if that's the case, then I fear Nicholas is in trouble here. On the other side of the board, Sweden supporting Norway to Skagerrak, that's telling. I think that suggests Germany has spooked both England and Russia with those fleet builds, and they're going to do their level best to end that problem. It's not curtains yet for Germany. There's certainly a lot of play left to go, but they may have prompted an alliance that's not in their interest with those builds.
Yeah, the bouncing Galicia is interesting.
Well, I get to cheat in response to that because I've now seen the footnotes. It looks very much like that was agreed because here comes Russia and Austria. They've built a little bit of trust now, and the air is on. Italy is also committed. They're cutting Constantinople so that Austria can get into Bulgaria. It's now officially bad news for our defending champion. It's also not great news for Jan, as those French units stop moving in a circle. Very disappointing. But the fleets do move into the English Channel and Mid-Atlantic. I actually really like Jan's play here in that he gave enough space to France. He didn't assume the worst. So he's building trust with France and Germany, even though probably you get a sense that English Channel is coming. So it's a good move because it keeps negotiations open. English Channel is not the end of the world. There's also an army in Burgundy. So now the negotiations can begin there. And that is helped very much by Russia supporting England into Denmark. And with Germany not defending it, that gives England a slightly unexpected build. And that provides a lot of leverage now for England to go to France and say, hey, maybe we can work together here. And the West is an interesting conflict. And compared to the East, where it's just Nicholas has his work cut out to find a way through here.
So, Chris, I'm going to ask you, if you are in Nicola's situation, what's your pitch? Who are you talking to try and make yourself usul?
I'm talking to anyone, and I'm pitching however I can help them get a dot at this point, because you can't fight three people. The nature of the game is you need an ally in this situation. So you've got to convince someone to do something other than attacking you. So you're looking at the position. You're saying, well, can I offer Austria, Romania? Can I put Italy into Bulgaria? Yeah, Austria looks like the most likely person you can work with, I would say. But yeah, it's a very tough situation. But Nicola's very persuasive and very creative. So don't write him off yet.
Yeah, you almost have to pitch the meta that if Russia and Austria and Italy stay together, then someone on the other side of the board will win.
Yeah.
And if you don't stick together, well, who's getting stabbed? And that's your in. But it's a tough sell from here.
I want to shout out Andrew Zick. Looks like he's convinced everyone to be his ally here. And I will say, when I saw the double fleets from Katie and the potential alliance, the Kraken against Russia, I did not think that this was the result that we'd be seeing. So,
it's unfortunate with those two fleets that the Fleet Berlin has tried to go to Kiel twice and just failed both times. It makes it a wasted build, and now we're probably going to see it removed, I guess. Oh, maybe not. Well,
no, we do not. That is fascinating. Juicy. I like it. All right. Moving into spring of 1903, Chris, what are we looking at?
Okay. First of all, I'm going to look down at Nicola and see if he doesn't offer any supports to anyone else, which is not a good sign. And he gets dislodged from Constantinople. So he still hasn't found his ally yet, which this could be a short game for Nicola at this point. No matter how good your tactics are, it's tough to defend against all three of them if they're all committed to going after you. He's already lost Con and could easily lose. Certainly, Smyrna looks tough, and I'm not. Ankara should be okay for a turn, but for a year, but that's about it. Austria walks into Munich, which is not even supported. Look, I mean, I wonder what the negotiations were between Austria and France there, because France could easily have also walked into Munich. And if you're both attacking Germany, it's very embarrassing if you both bounce over the German centre. France, on the other hand, does not get into Belgium, but does try. So, yeah, Germany in the West is the odd one out here. And interesting tactics, pulling the army in the first place, saying, I'm not going to defend Munich, which I can understand. You're being attacked by mostly England and with help from Russia. So maybe you say, well, I'm going to defend against those two, which means I need the northern units. But here, pushing the fleets north up into Gulf of Bothnia and Baltic, guaranteeing Sweden if she keeps pushing it that way. But how much is she going to lose at home in the same time is the question. And Jan and Hunter have this interesting thing. Hunter's sat in the English Channel, but Jan has an army in Wales and a fleet in London. There's a lot of units tied up on that border, but they don't really need those units elsewhere at the moment. So, and I mean, the English Channel is helping, so it's stable for now. Okay, so yeah, Sweden goes, but she loses Berlin and Belgium, so that's not a very, and of course Munich. So yeah, Katie not long for this game. Nicola does indeed lose Smyrna, so it looks like there's going to be two fairly quick exits from this game. Trieste gets taken by Austria, which is interesting. I guess, Italy's picking up 2, Austria's picking up 1 elsewhere. So this is, you want to make sure that Trieste is a short-term loan if you're Austria and you're agreeing to that. So Peter's doing exactly the right thing here. As soon as Nome has a build from elsewhere, then Trieste should be going back to being Austrian, and we stick to the regular border with Venice and Trieste, owned by their starting countries. What else do I see? Pushing the army up into Picardy is a good move by Hunter. Stop the retreat from Belgium. The retreat has to go back away from you rather than being aggressive. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Only thought from me is I want to give a little bit of credit to Katie. Coming into this situation in way down the pecking order, you need to take a big risk in order to try and win. So if you twiddle your thumbs and get 8 centers as Germany, I mean, congratulations, you got 8 centers as Germany, but you are not the world champion. So building those 2 fleets is a very high risk play, but it comes with very high reward. So I actually think let's give some credit there. That's a brave, bold play. It's not a wrong play. It hasn't worked, but if your only shot at winning is 100-1, take the shot. Don't just sit there and accept that you're going to lose. So,
yeah, I completely agree. You would expect that a lot of the players coming in the bottom half of this field are it's good for them to try something that is a big high risk, high reward type play. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I didn't show the points because we don't have every single game loaded in Dipcast. So as a result, all of the calculations that we've got for the standings will be incorrect if we were to show that. But I do have the standings from the qualifying rounds. Adam, the tournament director, sent those over. And we've got, so Katie is 317 points behind the leader, Adam Siegel, and 317 points is basically requiring a solo. Although with 1.5 times, that's not entirely true. A good solid board top, like 16 centers or something like that, would be enough. But you are correct, Andrew and Chris. Sitting at 8 centers, even if you were to top, I don't know if that would be enough to get that swing, especially if you're assuming Adam's going to come with some points also.
Right, exactly. Adam's not playing this board. You don't have any control over how many points he gets.
Yep. So good call out. All right, winner of 1903. Just take a quick look at those adjustments. Nicola is one of the most resilient and patient players. One of my heroes in the hobby. I learned from him in a lot of games. This will not be one of them, unfortunately. So he is having a rough outing. I do not see how he could surprise me, but I don't see another repeat for our world champion. Spring of 1904, Andrew.
So the interesting build of Army Venice is one that I think this captures what I was saying I wanted to look at before the game. That is a very, very AI build. It's not wrong at all. In fact, it's quite powerful if it works. It has been combined with the convoy to Albania. It's not good news for Peter, but it also hasn't quite fired exactly how you'd hope. So Peter has done well here. He's seen Galicia coming and bounced it. He hasn't let the Italian into Tyrolia. It's a really good play by Peter just to defend stuff. Maybe enough, maybe it isn't enough, but it's a really good defensive effort from Peter. It looks like Russia and Italy are working together, so strategically he's beaten. But you have to give yourself a chance to negotiate your way out of this, and he's done that with that set of moves. On the other side of the board, England and France have patched up their early differences and are now trying to roll to the other side of the board. The French fleets head to the Mediterranean. The English army is off to Norway. Here comes England and France, and we will see whether they are sufficient to stop whatever alliance forms in the east.
And I feel like that could be a saving grace for Noam Brown. For Peter Jürgen in this case. I don't know if there was talk about this, whether this was coordinated, but he can't be hating it, that's for sure. See those French fleets coming.
I mean, this is a critical time in the East, right, where Turkey is down to that one unit that can be taken very easily. You only need 2 units to take that one out, right? So that's when either the AIR sticks together or it becomes a two alliance against the third one, right? So Peter knows that, and he's realized that he was the odd one out, obviously. I was interested by Denmark to Sweden in the north. That I'm not sure what that was intended to achieve.
All right, well, let's move into fall of 04.
And the first impression is that Austria has talked other people around. Is it long term? Who knows? But it was enough. And I want to just say that's great play by Peter.
Yeah.
This is top board quality play. It should be expected. But if he'd done anything wrong there, he's in a world of trouble this turn. Your Austrian position can just collapse. And instead, Venice is off to Piedmont, and now maybe he has a better position to ask questions about Italy at some point in future. France is certainly helping that out because Tyrrhenian Sea and Western Mediterranean, it looks like Tunis is guaranteed to fall. This is the risk of building that army in Rome instead of the fleet. Again, high risk for high reward. Nome is closer to the top, though, so it doesn't make quite as much sense other than from a game theory perspective, perhaps. In the West, they just can't quite kill Katie. Russia throws in a really annoying support for Holland that means France doesn't get that build. And Sweden returns the favor by supporting St. Petersburg to Norway. It's a good turn by Katie hanging in there, and it's a really good turn for Andrew Zick, who is going to pick up a couple of centers, 3 centers. It's a really good turn for our Russian friend. So well played to Andrew. With a name like that, what could go wrong?
So the retreat to Smyrna is interesting. Why did Nome vacate Smyrna?
Yeah, he knew that like he was supporting that inn, so that was particularly interesting to me as well. I'm wondering if there is something to that. Like, is this intentional, or was that just a mistake?
I feel like Nome's not the sort of person to miss that retreat was possible, so it's got to be deliberate. But we do all make mistakes, so maybe it's not a mistake.
I mean, I would say I don't think he minds the disband. I think the disband will be Albania, so he doesn't care as much as he does getting that fleet back to defend against the French.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that it is probably quite intentional, but that Turkish army is going to be annoying because Nicholas, no player of his caliber is going to give up, even if they're reduced to one center. So let's see if he can make the most amazing comeback in diplomacy history.
Yeah, that would be something to see. All right, we're going to play Who Do You Like? Normally, I'd ask, all right, but other than Russia, who do you like? However, Russia is got quite a bit of lead over everyone else on this board. And I think that it is a reasonable question to ask, will there be a grand alliance against the Russian at this point in the game? So I don't feel like Andrew is so far ahead that taking him out of the equation would be necessary. So Chris, I'm going to start with you. You get to pick one power. You want to win this game, win a world champion. Who do you like?
I'm torn between Peter and Hunter. I think both of them have very nice positions here. I probably would have to give the edge to Hunter because he seems to have a very strong alliance with Jan, and he hasn't had anyone attack him yet, right? So,
Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you picked Hunter because I will pick Peter by a very small amount. I think the next turn or two is everything for Andrew. If he holds it together, if other people collapse a little bit, if the right units come off the board, then it is a good enough lead. If he can consolidate, stabilize, he'll top this board. But if he becomes brittle, if those three builds happen and then it's -1 and Austria is +1, his position is more fragile than it. Like Kiel is not safe by any means. So I actually think Peter's position is safe, particularly once Albania comes off the board. I don't think he has any threats. So I'm picking Peter in Austria.
You don't think the three Russian builds are a threat to Austria?
No.
All right, Chris, your predictions for what Andrew puts down here.
I think you need another Northern Fleet for this position, I think. I'm not certain of that. You need something in St. Petersburg. I think I'm leaning towards a fleet, but I'm not sure. It kind of depends on the situation with Jan. Jan's pulling one anyway, so yeah, maybe you replace one of those English fleets with a French fleet, with a Russian fleet, or ideally he pulls Finland from Andrew's point of view. And then the other two, it depends on where you're going next, right? It's tough to push through the center with armies, so. That's why I'm not as confident about Peter's position. I would probably build Army Warsaw or Army Sevastopol, and I would be heading towards Vienna and Budapest, I think, if I was Andrew.
Andrew, would you do the same?
Is it what I think will happen or what I would do?
No, what you would do.
I'd be building fleets in Petersburg South Coast. I'd be building Army Sevastopol, and I'd be playing one short.
All right. That's a very Andrew.
That's not what's going to happen, but that's what I would do.
All right. So we do get a fleet North Coast and Army Moscow, Army Sev. I was not expecting Army Sev. Chris, what does that tell you?
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know what he's going to do with Army Serbia. It could just be defensive. It could just be going to support Romania. If you were going to attack Peter, you would probably want to build Warsaw. Yeah, I'm with Andrew, though. I think I would have preferred the fleet in the south coast rather than the north coast.
So to me, this reads Andrew is saying, hey, Peter, you go do your thing. I'm going to go play.
Yeah.
Is that your read?
Yep.
All right.
That's actually great by Andrew. That's very similar in thinking to how I would have played it. You actually want to tell Peter, don't cut Berlin. If you build Army Warsaw, Munich to Silesia, Bohemia to Galicia, I don't think there is an attack. That's why I'm not worried about it. So you're better off trying to keep the alliance, I think, and get some play in the north.
All right. Well, we'll see if that diplomatic gesture makes a difference as we go into spring of 2005. Chris, this one's you.
Romania to Ukraine is really consolidating that, saying to Peter, "Yep, you're completely safe. I'm going to even just leave Romania open." So the army comes down to Armenia, but how are you going to get Smyrna from that? You're not. Putting the fleet into the Black Sea makes sense because that Italian fleet is being treated as hostile. It means Bulgaria walks into Constantinople. So I think that fleet is not long for this world. The Italian fleet in Ankara seems likely to get destroyed in the not too distant future. Tunis does get dislodged, retreats to North Africa, which is probably not what Hunter would like. He hasn't got a fleet behind it to cover the mid-Atlantic because he's all armies in the center there. In Germany, okay, so we get rid of the German fleet in Holland. Again, Hunter and Jan working very nicely together here. And Russia, what did Heligoland do? Oh, Heligoland was tapped by Holland. Oh, nice. Yeah, okay. This is a continuation of the German-Russian cooperation there, with Germany losing the fleet but helping get rid of the English in Denmark on the way out. And moving out of Sweden, being followed up by Andrew. So this could be with my dying breath, I'm going to help you, Andrew, because you're the closest to a friend I have at this point. So.
And I now concede I was wrong about which coast to build that fleet in St. Petersburg on. If you know that Sweden is going to Skagerrak and you're just going to walk into Norway, okay.
Yep, agree.
You pick the right coast.
Oh yes, and is supported into the North Sea in the fall. Very nice. Making maximum use of those German fleets there. Yeah, this is not looking so comfortable for Jan anymore. He picks up Holland, but he's lost the North Sea, and that's not really a good trade. It does mean he has a build, but yeah. What else? Moscow does come to Warsaw, which is interesting. It's still a little way away from Peter's dots, but it's keeping his options open there. Peter gets into Venice. And we've got the cooperation between Austria and Russia in Germany, which that might be enough to keep them together, because if they start fighting, then one of them loses. As Andrew pointed out, those German dots are not very defensible without the help without Germany, Russia and Austria working together. So Nome's down to 2 here, right? That fleet does get piffed in Armenia. He's losing Con. He's losing Tunis and he's losing Venice. So the build of Venice and the convoy to Albania not looking so good anymore. Nicola's still alive.
Yes, he is. So good.
Nome taps that support with his dying move. But again, if the Russia-Austria cooperation carries on, then it's not going to last much longer.
On winter of 1905, we say farewell to Katie. Katie, congratulations on making it into this champions pool. You were surrounded by a pack of I'll use the Chicago term, a bunch of weasels, and this was not your round, but I hope that we see you on another board soon. Nicola survives, not looking great for Noam, and looks like to me the big story, we've got an AR that has managed to solidify, is working together. I see some advantage in them sticking together potentially. Chris, Andrew, any chance that you see that alliance breaking anytime soon?
Well, I mean, just looking at the position, it's hard for Peter to stab Andrew, whereas it's not so hard for Andrew to stab Peter if he wants to. Do we know how they stand going into this round?
That's the question, isn't it?
That was exactly the question that I was thinking as well. So that's why I was pausing for a minute to pull that up. So Andrew was going into the round 292 points behind the leader, Adam Siegel. And Peter is 307 points. So really similar places on the board.
Yeah.
For the calculations that we see here, I think this is calculating at the base rate. So whatever you see here, we'd multiply by 1.5 to get their total score. So they both have an incentive to make a move here.
Yeah, neither of them's going to want to tie this, right?
Yeah, but
it's a question of timing, right?
The Australian approach to this would be subtly different. The Australian approach would be the centres that you have between the two of you at the moment. If you break down to fighting, you're going to lose a few of them, and you're probably not going to win all of the other person's centres. So it's not enough yet. You're through the stalemate line. You need to push this out to sort of 11 to 13 or 12 to 13, and then the fireworks begin.
Yeah, I wasn't saying I think it happening soon, but at some point, yeah.
I
completely agree
with that analysis as well. You've got a ton of advantage for both of them working together here. And I think the real question on my side is, and this is one of my favorite things about alliance play in the game of diplomacy, is you get this tension that just builds and grows and grows and grows. We talked about this during the DB&I a little bit. In that event, you've got a whole year's worth of play on the line coming down into one game. That's so much tension. In this particular game, this is an entire weekend. People have traveled all around the world in order to come here. This is the last round. People are probably tired and exhausted, and they are going to get to go. And I suspect that we're going to see these two powers continue to grow and grow. And the question is, at what point does it become too big? And that tension is delicious. That is one of my favorite parts of this game, because I don't think there's a right way to do it. And that's what makes every game unique. And it's going to make this an exciting in-game, I think.
Just shouting out in chat, Epps going Fleet Trieste, do it. And unfortunately, do it he did not.
I think that would have been the right move. But
it is difficult as Austria to find opportunities to put down those fleets. So I definitely can understand that. All right, Andrew, I'll go to you. Anything to comment on these adjustments? Otherwise, we'll move right into 1906.
Another Northern fleet in St. Petersburg is noteworthy. This time it's undoubtedly the right build because it's walking to Norway, and that's where the gains are. If you're building anything else, then Peter is going, you're getting nervous at the end of a World DipCon. You're coming for me. You have enough armies to fend off any premature stab from Peter. So I like the builds from Andrew, who's playing a first-rate game so far.
He did also put down the Army Moscow, though. He could have waived that one, right?
We can't all waive all our builds.
So we do have John Jamieson, no army in Liverpool. Do you think Jan needs to worry about Liverpool?
Are you asking John or...
I'm asking the panel on stream, the two of you.
No.
because Liverpool would be defensive against Hunter. Hunter's got plenty to keep him busy, I think.
And there's a meta reason there as well, that is if Hunter is taking Liverpool, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. If Hunter's going for Liverpool, you let him at this point if you're Jan, right? It's like, oh, he does go to the channel. But then that could still be friendly.
That could be by agreement. Who's up, Chris or me?
This one is you, Andrew.
So it is about making position here. I'm not sure I agree with Sweden to Norway and St. Petersburg to Barents. I might have just put the fleet straight to Norway there. Yeah. But again, I don't know every conversation that's happening. It looks very much like Russia is in Helgoland and Holland, which does begin to solidify that position. It's a pretty good set of moves. Nicholas is kicked out of Smyrna but goes to Armenia, which has got to be pretty annoying for Russia. Maybe it's an excuse to bring that army down to Sevastopol, though. So every silver lining has a cloud. Nome fights on bravely, but with France now supporting Austria to Rome, the writing's on the wall. I'm not sure it's in France's interest to see Italy lose their centres to Austria here, but that's what looks like is happening. Maybe it's a deal where Austria gets Rome and France gets Naples, and then those French fleets look like they have the whole Mediterranean to themselves. And I mean, like I said on the previous stream, one of my favorite things in the world is to say, I told you so. And Barents goes to Norway and Norway goes back to Sweden. So
wow, that's an unfortunate loss of tempo there.
Yeah, that's a subtlety. It's probably not going to change the game, but it does just slow you down a little bit. I would point out that Norway could have cut North Sea, which would have made Holland that little bit safer, but it actually didn't matter. I will say I have no idea what the English Channel to London is about. Yeah. If you have any wisdom on that, I'd love to hear it. There's arrows going in all directions on the other side of the board. Greece is up to Bulgaria, Budapest is to Galicia, but Vienna is down to Trieste to cover it from the Italians. As promised, Tyrrhenian Sea gets into Naples with support from Rome. What a all-directional move from Peter this turn. It looks like he's going up another 2 builds, though, so he's catching up to the Russian, and it looks like this could be a barnstorming finish. I doubt very much in this tournament circumstance the alliance is going to stick together, but stranger things have happened, and if and when it breaks, it's going to be pretty spectacular.
And Peter's wary. He moved Trieste to Vienna in the spring. He has to go back in the fall, but that was I'm not sure how far I can trust Andrew here. The English to London doesn't make any sense to me. If you're going to attack England, don't you convoy the army to Wales? And you've got plenty of armies there to follow up.
Agreed.
All right, Chris, this one's you. Spring of 1907.
What's happened here?
This is not right.
No. There's English armies all over the place. English fleets.
What are we looking at here?
This is
some time, I think.
No, this is the greatest comeback by Keiki Ben I've ever seen. Going from 0 centers to 9 centers.
This is a different game.
This is very much a different game. So I think that we might have a data problem here. This is fascinating. All right. So whatever we were commenting, that might not have been the correct game being downloaded into our database. So that's fascinating. Let's Yeah, give me just a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video. We're going to take a quick look at some of the behind the scenes footage that we got. And then I'm going to come back. We're going to look at this. We might have a completely different game than we've been talking about.
All right, now, y'all want to see what it's like on the tournament floor during round one of a World DipCon that has about 14 boards in the first round? I knew you did. Let's see right now. Let's see what it looks like right now. Yes, you got this right. We are looking at the players in round one of this year's World DipCon, and just feast your eyes on what it looks like to have this many boards going at one time. This is during spring 1901 negotiations for round one of the 2025 San Francisco World DipCon. And I'm going to take us around to all of the boards, and you're going to see what's happening here. This is absolute chaos, and it is great. All right, we've gone into one of the tournament rooms. We've gone into another tournament room. Let's come back and see the rest of it. Got a couple of players negotiating here. There's Micah Bloom. There's Leah Stokes. There's one of our GMs. Let's go back this way and see what we can find back this way, because we're going to find a whole bunch more players. How about the next tournament room that has a bunch of games in it? We can see what's going on there during round one here. You may recognize lots of players. There's Doc Bender talking to Justin Lohr. Justin just released his diplomacy trading cards this afternoon. Here's some more boards. There's Ben Kelman talking to Marcus Edholm. Here's Tanya Gill trying to create good spring 1901 orders. And then we've got more players going back here. Whoop, there's Michalis Kamarites, current DBNI champ, along with Johnny Gillum. They're just everywhere, these players. Let's go back. There's actually one more board. If he can fight through all these negotiators, fight through all these people negotiating, we'll get to the fact that there's actually one more board, which is in a separate boardroom. So we're calling this the feature board, and that's where we're going to end up with our round one retrospective. This is awesome, folks. Keep watching.
All right. Well, thank you to David Hood for that coverage. Yes, we definitely have an issue with the import of the game, so that's a lot of fun. I'm going to go ahead and work on some Dipcast stuff real quick while I'm going to see if I can get this to download. What it looks like is somehow we crossed the streams, so we did not listen to the Ghostbusters, and we've got two games that merged their data together. That's a lot of fun. So, Chris, do you mind, while I am putting this together, let's just talk through what you just saw and kind of describe what it's like to be there on scene during a tournament like this.
Yeah. I mean, for those who haven't been to a face-to-face game, face-to-face tournament, what you're seeing there is not typical, but picture like half that for most tournaments, but it's, it's got the same spirit, but that there's a lot more going on there because there's so many more 14 boards in the first round, I believe. So that's an awful lot of people negotiating with one another and trying to find a place where you're not going to be overheard by anyone else who's playing your game and things like that. It's it's very hectic. It's very there's a great feeling to it. I don't know, just all those people playing that game and getting excited about things, and you overhear little snippets of other people's negotiations, and you want to go and look at that game to say, what are they talking about? That sounds fascinating, but then you realize, no, you've got to actually go and find someone else to talk to over here because you're actually playing a game as well, and not just spectating. But yeah, it's depending on the space, they're spread across multiple rooms here, so that makes a bit of a difference. A lot of the time there's one room with all the games in it, and people are like negotiating within that room, or maybe going just outside that room. In this case, they've got people spread across 3 different rooms and all the corridors around it, and basically the entire floor of the hotel is what I gather is taken up with people playing diplomacy, writing orders, and trying to convince other people to let them win. Yeah.
So Andrew did confirm what it looks like is we accidentally somehow got the backstabber data from 2 separate games kind of meshed together. So I'm in the process right now of seeing if I can get that to rebuild correctly. So in the meantime, we just showed a little clip of what that was like. So can you just talk real quick about your experience playing in those games? And then when we're done with that, I have a question for you about the French meta, which I'll come to also.
So my experience playing in which game? Sorry.
Just at a World DipCon event, like what the atmosphere is like, the players, the experience. Yeah, just for those who haven't been.
So what I would actually say is something Dan Lester said really resonated with me, and that is when you put on a World DipCon, you really get to have a say in what that should look like. That every World DipCon is and should be different. It should be trying something a little bit new. It should be trying to put forward an idea to what you think the way for the future of the hobby is. And I don't think I've been to 2 World DipCons that have felt the same. I don't think I've been to a World DipCon which was a disappointment. And I think I've come away from every single one of them with different ideas, how to organize, how to play, and how to participate in the community. And I know that's true of other people. Jamal and I have spoken about that at length, that you learn stuff over the board, but you learn stuff about how to be a better organizer, how to be a better community member as well. And yeah, what Dan said, what he put on at Oxford set the standard for how World DipCons are run now. And it looks very much to me like this San Francisco one is doing that again. You get a whole lot of people and you make it a fun event and you make it work. So full credit to Adam Silverman and the rest of the team for doing that. I think that's more important than the necessary experience of playing on a board, is playing in an event and how that event shapes you and shapes the hobby. So that might be a pretentious answer, but if you've been to a few World DipCons, and Chris, I hope you back me up on this in particular, that's just orders of magnitude more important than, which room you play the game in is where the event.
Yeah, and it's all sorts of things, right? It's how many rounds are we going to play? Is there going to be a top board? Isn't there going to be a top board? Where are people? What's the physical venue like? Ranging from like a youth hostel in Den Haag to some fantastic ballroom type place in Chicago to a castle in the middle of nowhere in Austria. It's like, there's all sorts of choices to make, and it gives a very different flavor to the event, as you say.
Do you play it at a convention like the one in Columbus? Do you play it at the oldest continuous running tournament at DixiCon? Do you take a chance and put it on in Bangkok? Right. Eddie Bassan was saying, let's have a tournament in Rio de Janeiro, which is very specific, since the next one he mentioned was Africa, which seems a little wider in scope than Rio. But
I guess he really wants to go to Rio.
Well, Melbourne hasn't hosted one yet, and we're looking forward to doing that in the near future. So do you take safe options and try and incrementally improve them? Do you take a big risk and put an event on in Thailand, which now is having monthly 2-board meetups and it's had the effect of kickstarting the hobby in Southeast Asia?
And Athens is kind of similar, right? There hasn't been much of a hobby in Athens, but now they are having regular events and going to host Worlds next year.
And if the events get the support of people coming from the US and Australia and Europe, then I think that idea, the Bangkok idea, lays to be given great credit for putting that forward and taking that chance. And
Yeah, absolutely.
again, it's not the only way. It was a vision of what the hobby could look like. And that vision for Bangkok was it's global, it's welcoming, it's diverse, and I think that stands up. I think the reason Oxford is everyone's favourite today is because it was setting the groundwork for actually we can be really competitive but keep fun and, you know, get rid of the unsafe ugliness that maybe some tournaments had experienced in the past. And that's more important than any particular board. Every board you play at a World DipCon, you'll get better at diplomacy, but it's more important to build a better community. That's everything.
Yeah. All right. Well, I've got the games loaded, and I've validated that they are the correct set of orders. Now I just need to align the correct players with the correct powers. So while I'm doing that assignment, I've got a question. This was posed by Adam Silverman. He said that in the first 3 rounds during qualifying, France had only 2 lone board tops. This was the fewest of any country, including Austria. And remember that Austria had 21 eliminations. The other thing that I thought was interesting about that is he was making that statement immediately after talking about how Italy borrowed Trieste at least 2/3 to 3/4 of the time from what he observed. So, Andrew, a couple of years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, maybe 3, you challenged the hobby about the French meta, where France was just kind of ignored and let to grow and grow and grow. We have seen a subtle shift, perhaps not as large as this one, but I wanted to see, have either of you observed such a shift? And then if that were the case, or regardless of whether that's a case, do you think that what we're seeing in Italy could be a contributing factor, or is there something else that you would contribute France not topping to?
You want to go first, Chris?
No, go ahead.
So my meta is that your meta is wrong. And I'm going to use the Pokemon example here. That you cannot say that a fire Pokemon is the best one because along comes Squirtle and wrecks your day. But that doesn't mean Squirtle is the best one because Bulbasaur's going to have you for lunch, and so on. That the point of diplomacy, the way it is designed, is that there is no one dominant meta. And if you are looking at the metas that are being played right now and trying to replicate them, you are going to be beaten by the really good players because they're looking at the metas being played right now and going, how do we beat that? And my point about France from a couple of years ago is this is the meta right now. Come on, everyone, find the way to beat it. And I think there are a few different ideas that are challenging that. And Italy getting an extra build or Italy opening to the West is certainly happening much more often. And I think there's a little bit of a lag time that people try things and then they find the ones that work. And maybe this tournament is a case where some of the ones that work are beginning to be realized. I think there's a secondary factor as well, though, and that is England-Germany is becoming an alliance again. And for the longest time, people just didn't do it. And I don't know why. Maybe there was a meta in history that just beat up on England-Germany alliances. But they were deeply unpopular. And they're undergoing a little bit of a renaissance. and that is certainly affecting things as well, I think. I would also say the Australian perspective on this, which I shouldn't be telling you all because it just helps you beat us, is England, Russia is coming. Winter is coming. You need to be worried about the North. There is a real perception that East versus West is not the vibe. It's North versus South. So you see Northern triples and you see England-Russia alliances and the occasional Russia-Germany alliance. And
I always feel that a lot of Russian players limit themselves by thinking of Russia as an Eastern or a Southern power. That Russia, you start out across the stalemate line with that St. Petersburg, and so many people are content to say, "Well, I'll lose that at some point to England," and that's fine.
But just like you don't have to fight England if you're France, you don't have to fight England if you are Russia.
Absolutely,
it's players like Melissa Call, it's players like Shane Armstrong. It's players like Darcy, who is really dynamic player for which alliances he picks. He's done that online with great success, I think. That's a meta in Australia that's certainly contributing to France having a string of pretty ordinary tournaments recently.
I think it is interesting how the certain powers tend to... There's a period of time when a particular power tends to do well, or people discover ways to play a power well, and then people discover the ways to counteract that, and the game sort of evolves as on a meta level. I think, speaking from my own experience, as I was getting better at playing the game, there was a point where I would have told you that Austria is my favorite country to play. I really love playing Austria, and then a few years later, I figured out how to play Italy better. And then I don't like playing Austria because if people play Italy the way I like to play Italy, that's bad for Austria. And I don't know how to counter it. So, even within my personal life, my sort of way of playing different countries has evolved over time. And I mean, you see the same thing there, like the loan of Trieste that we saw in that game, whoever it was doing that. That was very common at one time, particularly in online play, and it's sort of gone out of favor a bit now, and people are much more wary of it, partly because if Italy changes their mind about being friendly or isn't quite as friendly as you thought they were, then it's great for Italy and not so great for Austria to have that unit there. It'll be interesting to see whether Italy has gone west more in these games played at Worlds this year. Because again, the same thing as with Russia, right? A lot of people think of Russia as a southeastern power. You're dealing with Italy and with Italy, Austria, and Turkey. The same thing for Italy. A lot of people think of that as, and I'm absolutely guilty of thinking of that the best thing to do with the western side of the board is just to keep it empty. No French units there, no Italian units there. But you're very close to the stalemate line there as Italy as well. If you can get that foothold across it, you only need that one unit up in, wherever it is, Burgundy or Gascony or Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and your game's made at that point, right? And it's always easier to cross the stalemate line earlier rather than try and do it when the game's evolved a bit.
All right. Well, I think I've got it. We'll keep our fingers crossed. If not, it's going to be an interesting project. But what we're going to do is we're going to treat this as a brand new game. We are going to have to go a little quickly because we've just gone through what was a very good game. So I really want to find out how that one ends. So good news. I am planning, we are going to do one more broadcast for our team tournament, at least. We're not doing it today, but we'll get some of the folks back. And so round 4, the top 21 players are competing in the Champions Cup to find out who will be the next world champion. But all of the other players did not just sit at home and watch or leave the event. They all got to compete in a team tournament. And so there are I believe 7 teams with 7 power, or each playing 7 powers. And at the end of that event, whichever team has the highest total score across all of those powers will be the one that wins. So really excited to look at that. I suspect that the game that we just saw part of will be part of that team tournament. If I didn't screw up something within Dipcast again. So let's keep our fingers crossed. I am pulling this up right now. And we're going to do league night timing here to get us caught up. So we're going to try and go under 1 minute per turn. Kind of the same format that we've been using. We'll just go a little bit faster. And this is a brand new game, same players. And we'll try not to get too confused. Chris, take us away.
Okay. Venice does not go to Trieste. Instead goes to Piedmont, which is interesting. Jan... playing the slightly conservative, put the army down into Wales, but send the fleets north. So not actually going straight after France, but being aware that France could be in the Channel. Munich goes to Burgundy, but France supports to Burgundy. So always interesting to know whether that was an arranged bounce or not, and an arranged bounce in Galicia. So quite a different game for Peter than the one we saw before. And then in the fall, the convoy to Tunis does go through. The fleet gets supported back into Trieste. I don't understand that at all. That's fascinating. Smyrna to Syria, Nicola playing Andrew's favourite move there. One of Andrew's favourite. I don't know, probably not your favourite move, but certainly one that you are known for. Let's put it that way.
Even my meta is broken. That one's great, but
bounce in Romania.
Yeah, this is a very different game.
Yeah, this is a very different game. North Sea walks into Belgium because Burgundy just sits there. So is this an EG then? It's looking EG-ish to me.
Sorry, all the French units held.
It does.
All the French units held. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess that's didn't get the orders in time, or put in an empty pad by mistake or something. These things do happen. I mean,
either that or it's a issue with the sandboxing.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out in the builds then if that's the case. This is interesting. In the last game, in one of the earlier games, an Austrian player ordered Serbia supports Albania to Trieste, Albania to Trieste, when they meant to write Serbia supports Albania to Greece and Albania to Greece. I wonder if the same thing has happened.
Could be the same thing, yeah.
A meta misorder.
I feel like Peter doesn't play as much these days, so it's possible that the time thing and it does take some practice getting used to that kind of thing, and it's easy to make mistakes.
Yep. I like Nicholas's position much more this time.
A little bit better. All right, real quick, just Diamne, thank you for posting in Dip Chat, and thank you for these kind words. I hope that you are able to make it out sometime. It is a fantastic community, and we appreciate you being a part of it through Dip Chat. All right,
most of us are in the position where we started doing this for the game, but we stay for the people.
Absolutely. All right, and then here we've got Nicola putting down the more typical fleet in con, and we've got a little bit of a statement. If we didn't know if it was an EG before, England certainly is on board. But Goffy, I'm going to go to you for this one. I have a pet peeve. And that pet peeve is when Germany puts down 2 armies. What's your take on that? I am very strongly, almost to the point where I would say never. I don't believe in absolutes in diplomacy, but that's about as close as I come. How do you feel about that?
So I think it's actually the same principle as what we were talking about with the 2 fleets. I think it is a high risk, high reward play. So I don't hate it. It's not something I inherently go to as my this is my one wood, but if you need to take a risk, it's saying I'm going all in on this. I would agree it's not my first choice, but it is taking a risk in order to try and get a result. And I find it interesting that even though the last game was not Katie, the same applies. It's high risk, potentially high reward. I actually have a different pet peeve, and that is the two English fleets, Liverpool and London. It's going to work this time because France didn't submit any orders in fall, so they're not getting any builds. But it's absolutely declarative, and it doesn't leave any room at all to negotiate. So if France has a position, it's no good. I think Jan is just a good enough player to know that the situation is different if France is just sat there. So really unfortunate for Hunter. I bet he's shattered by that situation.
That happens in these games, right? One bad turn can mean that you become a target.
And it looks like the same is true for Austria here. I'm going to try and fly through this. With Turkey supporting the army into Greece, that's really bad news. It looks a lot like a big wintergreen here because Nicholas has also... Sorry, wintergreen. What am I talking about? It's a Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
Yeah, Syria to Armenia is strong. The point of Syria is to tell Italy you're getting nothing and to get them to do this. And Italy has got the message. And Naples to Apulia, Piedmont to Tyrolia, it's really not good news for Austria here. And those German armies do advance. They're going to get that next build. So it's one of those cases where if you get away with it, then you're a chance of building that fleet in 1903 or 1904, and you can still be okay. Let's see what happens. Wales is convoyed into Picardy. The German armies do advance, and the English fleet also advances. Bit of a gutsy move there by Hunter, taking Portugal and Spain and leaving Brest uncovered. So he's fighting it out, which is a real that says a lot to his character. Good for you, Hunter. I hope you make it work. The real winners here, though, got to be Turkey, just out of the box completely here. Solid in the Black Sea, getting the build in Serbia. You love to see it if you're Turkey, and it's not a good day to be an Austrian.
Winter of 1902, we've got interesting. I'm saying interesting about the French build fleet in Marseille. I would have expected Brest, so we'll come back to that one. Any other standouts for you, Chris?
Pulling Norway is an interesting choice. So that's because Germany took Belgium from England, presumably by intent. That was arranged between them. But they've been playing in Scandinavia to defend Norway. So to pull that one and keep North is an interesting choice.
I'm not so sure that was by agreement.
No, I think it looked like. I agree. We can't tell for sure, but it did look like it to me. And I would read Hunter's play here as well. E.g., I can't split them up diplomatically, so I'm going to try which means that they're going to kill me if we keep going. So I'm going to throw in and say, hey, I can still be useful to you because I can put fleets down into the Mediterranean that will keep your opponents under control.
I'll double on that call. I think Brest is lost if England and Germany are working together. So you try and create some diplomatic leverage, and I don't know if it works, but it's a shot.
Yeah, because there's already 3 next to Brest, right? And 1 to tap Paris as well.
Chris?
Okay, so Paris goes, and Hunter pushing those fleets down south. This is what we were saying. Doesn't matter about Paris and Brest. He's got Iberia and Marseille. Interesting. Andrew does not take Norway, at least not yet. but he does take Budapest. Just walks into Budapest. Yeah, Peter's playing. I noticed he supported Albania in the last turn. He's trying to make friends with Italy. Again, he's in a situation where everyone's attacking him. He needs an ally. Like we were talking about Nikolai being in that situation when we were looking at the other game. He needs an ally, so he's trying to defend against one person in particular and trying to unbalance this in a situation, basically. It doesn't look like anyone's going for it yet. Serbia and Greece are exchanged. Trieste is gone, so Peter's down to 1 at this point. Jan not giving Hunter any leeway here. He's taking Brest and taking Portugal. So he's only going to have those. Saying we don't need both fleets and the army at least. So 2 fleets is enough, maybe. Or just saying, well, you do whatever you want. I'm just going to take your dots anyway. If I know Jan, that's entirely possible as well. Nice bounce in Norway there. The German armies advance again. Yeah, it's hard to see Marseille surviving here either. I think Hunter's going to be trying to take Tunis or Naples if he wants to survive here.
Could this shockingly be an England-Russia-Germany triple? Did I summon it from the depths?
I think it could be, yeah. It's hard to tell for sure with Russia. They haven't been aggressive in the north for sure, so which they could have been.
Finland doesn't fit the story, but it's the only one that doesn't fit the story.
Yeah, I agree.
So winter is coming, is what I'm hearing from Andrew Goff. South, this is true north-south split, if that's the case. So I'm not as familiar. Are there key stalemate positions or anything coming from that top-down direction that players maybe should be mindful of and might not be familiar with?
Yes.
But you want France on board with the Southern Alliance in that case, don't you?
Well,
don't seem to have.
The play from here would be that France is picking up Tunis and then forming part of the line going back the other way. But let's see.
But you need Iberia as well to get that line, right? Well, I guess you don't need it.
Not need it, no.
It would be nice to have it. But
All right, any shifts in that prediction based off of our adjustments here, Andrew?
Fleet Kiel is not necessarily talking to me that it's an England, it's a 3-way. I suspect maybe Russia has thought it is, but those 2 English fleets, one of them is heading south and one of them is heading north, and that German fleet in Kiel has no goodwill towards Sweden whatsoever. So I think...
Which means Andrew probably should have taken Norway.
He still doesn't. He still tries to negotiate through it, but it isn't going to work. Here comes England and Germany as the dominant alliance on that side of the board. And France is just janissarying, running for the hills to try and get Tunis and whatever they can in order to survive. And fair enough. Again, the England-Germany alliance can be very effective when it's done well. This is not a representative game because that start was just so unfortunate for Hunter. Again, though, credit to him for playing it out and trying to get something from it. So apart from that one disaster, it's been actually well played. Otherwise, Russia, I think, was all in on the idea of a northern triple, moving all the units the right way. The most significant move is that Italy just completely ignores the French attack and puts a fleet in Eastern Mediterranean. And you know what? I'm not too unhappy about that if I'm Turkey. That just gives me an next target without needing to burn any diplomatic capital.
Yeah, because Nicola built an army Constantinople, which I couldn't see what he was going to do with that. And apparently the answer is nothing. He's just going to sit there and wait and see what happens.
He waits a turn, he sees what happens, and now he has every right to go to Russia and say, how would you like Serbia? And then you can push that forward towards Trieste or give me Serbia or any number of things like that. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And yet Russia does not go along with the plan. Confusion reigns with both of them moving to Serbia. Who knows what the negotiations were here, but Sevastopol to Armenia suggests that they didn't go well for Nicholas. That being said, they went worse for Austria. Sorry, Peter, that's a tough day at the office. France just charges straight through to the Ionian, because why not? If you're going to go down, you might as well go down trying to get to Constantinople. The Crusades were always successful, I believe, is the historical lesson that we're taking here. And Germany does France a favor and moves straight out of Marseille to Piedmont. And this is the kind of thing you have to think about at the top level. If you are positioning to get a big score, as Katie must, then you have to be moving your units forward towards the next centers, not just sitting back and going, oh, yay, I picked up my 8th center. You need to be pushing towards your 11th. And really great play, I think, there by Katie. It's high risk, but you need a big score. Go for a big score. Great play by Katie.
All right, well, we'll pause there. Play Who Do You Like? Andrew, I'm going to go to you first again, or this time.
I actually think I like Katie. I think that's a strong position, and Tyrolia and Piedmont gets me excited when I'm playing Germany. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Katie.
Chris?
In that case, I'm going to go for Jan. I think the EG have a very strong position here. They're already pushing across the stalemate line. One or the other of them looks like they should top this board, barring anything unforeseen. And they're both playing for it, right? They're both doing what Andrew said and pushing for those advanced centers.
Yeah, so let's take a quick look at some of the points that these players need. Again, this will just be to overtake our leader, Adam Siegel. Adam has 664 points going in. 637 points going into this round. And so we've got Katie needing 317 points. We've got Peter has been eliminated. He needed 308. We've got Noam. Noam needs 150, so he's probably in contention. Jan needs 232, so that's going to be difficult, but I would say possible with the 1.5 multiplier. Hunter needs 317, not looking great for his chances here, unfortunately. And then Andrew Zick needs 292, and Nicholas Sahuke needs 170. So 150 for Noam Brown, 170 for Nicola Sahuke, Jan and Andrew needing quite a bit more at 232 and 292. So just keep that in perspective as we're moving into these next half of the game. One more reminder on this one. These games, unlike the earlier rounds, are timed. The time will have a random stop or a time stop that is unknown to the players within a 2-hour time window. And so I don't remember what the duration is, but it was less, if I remember right, it's less than 10 hours. Most of our Virtual Diplomacy League games play somewhere in the neighborhood of up to 10 hours, and you can get to 1910, 1911 time frame. So keep that in mind. The players don't know exactly when it's going to end. This is the end of the traditional early game phase, 1904. As we move into the mid game, the players don't know whether they're going to have time, whether it's going to end at the mid game or if it's going to continue into the later game phase. All right, spring of 05. Chris, this one's you.
Okay. The EG continue their push over the line there. The the two English fleets moving forward in the Med, and the German army is getting into Venice. And also we see the continuation of the attack on Russia. Convoy to Livonia is always a nice move if you're Germany attacking Russia. The fleet goes up into Barents. This is not looking good for Andrew, and he's continuing to concentrate on the south, really. I mean, Ukraine comes back to Moscow, which is something. Galicia can cover Warsaw, but he's not really trying to shift any more units up to the north. He does take Black Sea and get rid of that Turkish fleet there. While Nicola pulls back, he's realizing that he hasn't got any friends here at the moment, so he's pulling back out of Bulgaria. Keep the unit alive, right? You don't want that unit to be piffed in the spring, particularly. So retreating makes perfect sense to get here. If you're going to lose Bulgaria anyway, at least you can keep the army. And very solid moves down there to get the army in the fall in Constantinople. So Nikolai down to 2. Nice, yeah. This wintergreen now is a wintergreen, and going well, except for the fact that you're still dealing with all these German and English units with the French assistance. They do not get into Rome, and they actually get pushed back from Tyrolia. They've got enemy units in Tyrolia and Bohemia now. So that's going to be a little bit more of a hassle, but not too bad. St. Petersburg does fall, which was, I guess, guaranteed at this point. I think that's about it.
Well, I think it's interesting. I think France gets a build.
Oh, yes, he walked into Naples. In fact, was supported into Naples by Italy as well. That's an interesting build, actually, yeah.
It could be a heroic comeback by Hunter.
And this is why you perhaps don't want to leave Marseille open behind the line. Perhaps it would have been good to move Piedmont back to Marseille this turn.
So this is fascinating because with that build, like, Hunter could go cause all kinds of mischief. Is behind the line. What are you putting down here?
He's getting murdered. If he puts anything down, he's getting murdered.
Yeah, the problem is if you take advantage of it and start to try and recover, there are still those two enemy armies in mainland France, and the fleets aren't that far away. So yes, you can maybe pick up something in the short term, but there's no long-term plan there.
Does this benefit the East?
So do you build at all? Do you wave it?
I'm just wondering, like, Noam supported Hunter here. Like, Noam's could potentially building. So if I'm making this choice, is this conservative play, or am I negotiating? If you're Noam, are you negotiating? Hey, I'm going to put you in here, go build something, make mischief, and I'll pick Naples back up later. Is that?
I'm sure he's negotiating an FI alliance here. I mean, he's in a situation where he wouldn't have been able to use the build anyway, I don't think, would he? He's picked up Bulgaria and Constantinople. He's down. I guess he could have built in Naples. So yeah.
Potentially. I mean, England could have gone there too. So this is a way to help cover. So it's
right. That's also true.
So, all right. So winter of 1905. We'll take a look at these adjustments. This one, I'm going to you, Andrew. What are your thoughts?
Puts down an army in Marseille. I think that's actually suicidal. I think that he's going to get murdered.
Well, I mean, he's taking a chance, right? It's to some extent, it goes along with what you were saying about KD earlier. Take a chance, right?
Yeah, sure. But
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt.
West to Spain, Brest to Gascony, Paris supports Brest to Gascony seems to be the end of that chance, which is it's not a good enough chance for me to be taking. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he has actually done a deal with England and Germany here, and Marseille can move to the east as well. So if it's trying to go to Gascony or Burgundy or Spain, no, I think that's a busted flush. Elsewhere, what's going to happen between Russia and Italy here is the big question.
Who has the upper hand?
Russia does, but if they take full advantage of it, it might mean letting Nicholas back in a little bit. So, fascinating little.
Is that it's probably to both their advantage to finish off Nicola at this point and keep working together for another year. But
yeah, probably.
All right. Well, I will say Katie Ben's impressing me this game. I have seen a lot of German play, and this is a nice German position to be in from here. So. All right, spring of 1906, Andrew.
So the Italian and Russian kind of continue working together. Budapest to Serbia is an interesting move, but actually Vienna to Trieste suggests that maybe not. Maybe not, in fact. Maybe Russia has decided now is the moment, which, okay, that's a thing that happens. Meanwhile, France and Italy are trying to work together, and that results in England retreating to the Ionian Sea, which, I mean,
sure,
you guys play diplomacy your way, and I'm quite happy with that.
I'm sure Jan's devastated by that.
I'm sure Jan is just delighted by that as well. Baltic back to Denmark shows a little bit of a lack of trust, but it's not fatal. Russia was asking Livonia to go to St. Petersburg, which is a fool's errand, and Katie identified that as such and just walked back to Prussia. But it does show that there's a little bit of nervousness there in that England-Germany relationship. And in fall, we see that Jan has had the conversation and said, hey, none of that. These aren't enough centres for us. We need to keep pushing. So keep pushing they do. Marseille gets popped. Tunis is lost. France takes Rome off Italy because why not? I think France might be running out of friends here, but he's fighting it out. As I said, that's important. Meanwhile, Italy does get Venice back, so there's benefit there, and seems to have patched things up with the Russian, at least in the short term. I was not expecting Serbia to Budapest, that's for sure.
No.
So whatever motivated that, maybe my feeling is that there's some diplomacy happening here, and that maybe Katie gave away that Bohemia was on the cards, and that's caused a readjustment. But without having been in the room, it's obviously impossible to tell.
Well, it is life for Noah and Brown, whereas otherwise things were looking rather grim. I don't know if from this position it's going to be enough, but it's...
Sorry, quick shout out, if we can go back. We have that beautiful nuance of diplomacy of two units retreating to the same space in Tuscany and blowing themselves to smithereens. You'll love to see it.
Nice.
Which is why Noam has +1 and sadly no place to build. Definitely can't love that. Okay, winner of 1906. We've got a pretty strong looking EG from this position. Where are we going from here? Chris, I'm going to let you take a minute to look at these and then call out our spring of 1907 adjustments or orders.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like I think Italy and Russia have basically decided that if they fight, then they're just going to both get annihilated by EG. So they sort of are forced to work together. So now Andrew's pushing everything north. The Black Sea to Constantinople, I would imagine, is arranged. It's and would not sit there in the fall, or will get pushed into Smyrna or something like that. I don't see that as something to indicate that's not the case.
It must be because of Con to Ankara.
Right. And then France switching sides again, helping the Italian fleet into Ionian. And actually in a reasonable place there to basically those are now Italian fleets. Their centers are Italian centers, and there's 2 Italian fleets sat there and can help form that line to stop those English fleets coming any further. I don't see any sign of conflict between England and Germany here. The German units generally moving east, and the English units generally moving sort of westish. Obviously saw that. Well, Leon, but I guess he knew that Hunter was not trustworthy anymore. So I don't see Leon. Yeah, you're worried about it if you're Germany, but I don't know that you necessarily have to worry too much about it.
My spidey sense is tingling. It's not yet, but it's coming.
They also walked out of Brest, so.
Yeah, it's not yet, but it's coming. A couple more German units in that dead zone of Tyrolia and Piedmont.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It works.
Yes.
It works.
Convoy Spain to St. Petersburg. That is beautiful. That looks really nice on that map as well. Yes, I love that.
All right. So our world champion for 2025 is Jan Kluwe. Just for that move, the rest of the tournament is cancelled.
Yep. What else do we see? Interesting, Tyrrhenian Sea moving back to Naples. That was probably not what its known was hoping for. We do say goodbye to Nicola. That fleet in Constantinople, sure enough, being pushed forward into Smyrna. And Andrew manages to hold on to everything, but that army now in St. Petersburg is not going to help with that.
I just want to point out, not only did the convoy happen, but he didn't even bother to support it with Norway.
Yeah.
Just could have been bounced, but no.
It
All
would
in.
be sad to have it bounced.
Amazing.
The support would have been cut anyway, so it didn't matter.
All right, winner of 1907. We've got a 2-way tie for the top at 9 centers between both of our Western powers. The surviving, well, I guess Hunter's technically surviving, but we've got a 2-way tie between England and Germany. And then we've got some scrambling going on in the east. 1 center behind is Russia. There's some argument to be made for maybe Andrew moving in against Noam. There's also an argument that is just advantaging the opposition, not really going to cause the kind of impact that Andrew would need in order to compete in this game. Let's just keep that tension in mind as we go into spring of 08. Andrew, this one's yours.
So if this wasn't a top board, you're probably looking to draw here. This is a very drawn position with stalemate positions, but it's a top board, so no one's getting what they need yet. We play on. And that is a risky turn. I think there was probably a draw vote, and there's been some spooking happening again, because Livonia back to Kiel says, I don't trust you, Jan. And that has to give some hope to particularly Andrew, who may now get enough space to make some kind of move against Italy. Ankara has gone to Constantinople. You have to think it was by agreement, but again, it just might give Andrew enough space to do something.
And also, Italy's sitting on a build he hasn't been able to use, so it might make sense to give that build to Russia anyway, right?
Russia won't be able to build it either.
True.
And instead of that, we get the inside outie, and Italy takes Budapest from the Russian, moves to Smyrna, and the Russian just sits in Constantinople. I can't believe that this was all arranged, but I have seen stranger things happen. Italy takes Rome back from France. I guess that says a lot. That maybe this is just an attempt to maximize scores and take a draw. But again, only takes one person to vote down the draw, and it's a high-risk play by Nome. But again, you got to make those plays if you are going to try and win.
Particularly with those English fleets, because you can't keep England out of Ionian anymore. Oh, there is a fleet in Eastern. Okay, I tell a lie.
I also think we've got to remember they have to be coming close to time at this point. We don't know exactly when, but this has got to be close. So, like, why draw in this position? Like, I don't think that they're having a draw conversation at all. I think they're saying, hey, let's just play this out. I also think that Noam doesn't make this move if he doesn't think that time's coming close.
Yeah, and a third place is better than a fourth place from Noam's point of view.
Yeah, this feels like last second draw, like scrambling.
Yeah, I'm sure they're having the conversation, but I'd be surprised if anyone was actually voting yes to the draw.
Yeah. Oh, well, there we go. So either they did draw here, or time was called. So net result, we've got a two-way split for Katie and Jan, and we've got a second place with 8 centers for Noam. So let me pull up my scores here. I want to see what this looks like and make sure that I'm not missing anything else. So I'm going to filter, and we've got the so that was Katie and Jan. I need to correct something with my math here. I'm sorry. I know this is super exciting. While I'm pulling this up, why don't y'all talk through what did we see in this game? What did you learn? Was this the right result?
I don't know what the right result means in diplomacy, but I will say what I learned is that Katie Ben is a diplomacy player.
Yeah. I mean, looking at that list of players and having Katie there, who I don't know, that's to get this result out of this board is a real achievement for Katie for sure.
Yeah,
joint top on that board.
If you didn't have the names there, I would still say that was an excellent game. But for someone I'm not familiar with, in a pressure situation, maybe if there is such a thing as right results, Katie gets an outright top here, because that is a top quality game, played very, very well. And I dip my hat. You've survived having Jan Kluwe behind you in England.
Yep.
A man who famously has never stabbed an ally once ever. Only ever stabs allies 2 or more times.
Yeah.
So great work to Katie. And of course, there's great players on this board. Jan is a world champion and has got a result here that is first rate.
It is interesting to speculate if Hunter hadn't had that presumed misorder, then this game could have been very different. Right?
Yeah. The history of the world turns on the weather and misorders.
Oh, and so many of these boards turn on one misorder or something like that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a story coming in of a defending world champion and a world champion fighting for another shot at a second title. And the player that has our attention is Katie Ben, the one unknown to us. So congratulations to Katie, Jan, on the split. That was a dominant Western performance. The restraint between the two of them to not fight each other and perhaps give advantage to the East because of a shift in direction showed a lot of restraint. So well done on that front. And congratulations to Noam for that second place. Going up from 6 to 8 with points as close as they are could make a difference in the end here. So just real quick, I did calculate and validate these are the correct results, the correct scores. So I'm much more confident in my data at this point. So apologize again for that earlier mix-up, but looks like we're in a good spot. Let's take a quick. I will tell you the amount of points that our players have after the end of this round. So going in our total points, Peter Jürgen ends at 336, Hunter at 368, Nicola at 494, Andrew Zick at 499, Katie Ben at 537, Jan Clouet at 622, and Noam Brown at 673. So the difference between Noam and the top score going into qualifying, which was Adam Siegel, is 177 points. So let's keep that 177 in mind to see whether or not that is enough to come out on top.
Sorry, Brian, is that with the 50% bonus?
That is with the 50% bonus. Yep.
Close.
Yep. So, all right, I'm going to remove this game and we're going to move on to our next one. Take a quick look at our players. Adam Siegel. He is wearing the yellow jersey. He is got the target on his back. The question will be, with a gap of as large as he had going in, he does not need to win to top this board. He just needs enough points. But the question is, what is enough points going to be? And this game is going on simultaneously with the last one. So we know that it was 177 points for Noam. So you know what? I'm going to make a call here. Because he is the leader, I want to see how this plays out. I'm going to come back to this game. We're going to save this one for last. Because ultimately, I think how Adam's game is scored could result in determining who is the champion of this event. So we're going to switch to this one. So looking at this board, we have Jordan Connors. Shows up first round, 17 centers, almost solos. We've got Katie Gray, North American DipCon champion. Jordan Connors is the current reigning Virtual Diplomacy League champion. Jamal Bakharli, 2023 world champion. Andre Gribikov, glad to see Andre back. Haven't seen him in a little while. Andre was part of the Super 7 for the first ever DBN Invitational, I believe. So really quality play, has not been as active of late. Micah Blom from the Netherlands. I believe Micah won Euro DipCon this year. I know she won one of the larger European diplomacy tournaments. France, I think she won the French Diplomacy Championship. Shane Armstrong, I believe you know well, Andrew. And Doug Moore is also world champion. Doug has been absent for a little while, so really good to see Doug Moore back in play as well. So this is what we call a board of death. I cannot wait to see this in the just being aware of time. Andrew, what's the one thing you're looking for? Chris, I'll go to you next. Same question.
So selfishly, Doug Moore's the only other person that can join Cyril and myself on 3. So let's team up on Turkey and get Doug. That's easier said than done. And the only benefit is Jordan, Shane, and Mikey. I mean, they're top quality players. That is a horrible half of the board to be on. The other side isn't much better, though. It's just a really mean board, this one. Shane is probably a bit of an unknown here, and if he plays his cards right, that could really work in his favor here. There's going to be some targets on people, particularly Jamal and Jordan, who have had big scores. So Shane is probably an unknown to most of the rest of the world, but he has excellent taste in music and is a very fine diplomacy player. So let's see if he can bring the heat.
All right, Shane Armstrong making DBN debut, I believe. Definitely World DipCon debut, to my knowledge. Spring 1901. Andrew, I'm going to move you to the odd years for this game.
So my first look at that is Jamal has stolen my French opening, which I'll have words with him about that when I see him next. You can't be stealing your compatriots' openings, boo. Otherwise, everything else is boring, so let's move on to fall.
I like to say traditional. These traditions exist for reasons, not boring.
Okay, well, in fall, we also have some traditional moves. Interesting, Turkey supports Russia into Romania from Ukraine. So you get the feeling that maybe Shane and Doug are identifying that Austria and Italy are tight. This is a game that Australians play all the time, and Doug Moore has played plenty of. So I wonder who will break in the pressure first. The other interesting move is Ruhr is supporting the English army into Belgium, where it will go to die. Jamal won't be happy with that, but he also probably won't care. So long as he gets a break in 1902, he'll just use that as leverage in future. That being said, I kind of like the position of Russia here. You got your army in Romania, you've got led into Sweden. I think it's a good start for Russia.
Winner by one. Take a quick look at the adjustments. I know we just saw your favorite double fleets from England, Andrew. Chris, I'm going to go to you. Anything stand out?
Yeah, really. Well, the army for Doug again in Turkey. As we said before, that's often an overture to Italy. It can be also make you vulnerable to Italy, and especially as you've already got that fleet in the Aegean. That's a. I won't pretend to read Doug's mind because I know I can't do that. But yeah, the two fleets for KD is interesting because this isn't the same situation we had in the other game where they were able to progress easily. We've got that fleet in Portugal and the fleet in Brest. So yeah, we'll see how that goes, I guess.
All right, spring of 1902, Chris.
Okay, those fleets are indeed going down towards France, supported into the Channel. The German fleet is going up towards Sweden, which is not a huge surprise in this situation. And Ruhr gets pushed into Burgundy. So again, another EG, a little bit different to the previous one, but same spirit. Doug loses Bulgaria and does not able to get that to retreat because of that fleet in Aegean ultimately. Yeah, I think that's about it. Not so good for Jamal at this point.
There's only one move I don't like on the whole board, and that's Moscow holding instead of going to Ukraine. If Moscow is in Ukraine, then that position is just deadlocked against Austria and Italy. As it is, there's still a little bit of spice in it.
I will say I'm glad to see. I would say over the past 6 months, maybe 8 months or so now, I've noticed a sharp increase in EG alliances. So I think that I am comfortable calling that a trend at this point, and I think we're seeing it play out here at the 2025 WDC. It's good for me. Like, I like variety. I like a mix. So I like to see that. I don't think that's the only way or a right way to play, but I'm glad to see that it does seem like that is happening more. And I do wonder, Andrew, how much that has to do with Germany and Russia finding creative ways to work together, maybe giving them a little more comfort with that, or maybe that's just a percentage of it. But regardless, it's good to see. Fall of 1902.
My eye is drawn towards France here. Jamal holds the mid-Atlantic. He has to pull back from Picardy, which he moves the army back to Paris, which is sensible. So the Germans advance a little bit. Interesting leaving the English army behind the lines there. Not perhaps what you would, your favorite move as Germany, but we'll see. Andre and Katie are very, they both tend to play a very strong alliance game. So this is an alliance you could see being where they might be willing to take some risks and trust each other. And you could see that being a very strong alliance. Sweden does fall to the German fleets. No, yeah, the German fleets actually put the English fleet into Sweden. Sorry, I was looking at those moves, trying to figure out exactly how that happened. That's an interesting move. But the Russians move into Silesia, so that's going to that's going to give the and Vienna up to Bohemia. Yeah, so that's going to give Andre some things to think about down there.
Am I allowed to ask, is interesting one of those euphemisms for bad?
Probably, yes. Yeah, I see we've got Tyrolia as well. So basically the AIR have moved up onto the line there.
That's got to be a German build. That's no good.
Yeah, you really need the German build at this point, and you haven't got it. So.
All right, 1903. This one's back to you, Andrew.
So this is the countermeasure that Jamal pulls out. Is he's got the entire rest of the board to attack Germany, so now there's not enough time to finish the job. And what I said in that other game was sometimes you are given a free hit where you can now do absolutely whatever you want because you are owed, and you owe no one else on the board anything. And Jamal has put himself in Picardy and Burgundy, and his position now looks pretty okay. And yeah, that mistake of not getting the Germans a build is potentially quite unpleasant here. The German position is in real trouble, and you'd be surprised if England didn't dive in on top of that now and try and get some of it. It's also generally should be bad news for Turkey, but because Turkey is dug more, he somehow or other manages to get into Sevastopol, which is, I mean, I don't think it's a secret that I think all time Doug Moore is the greatest diplomacy player in the world. But how does that happen? That's insane.
Interesting bouncing Western arranged.
Nobody knows.
I would think it's because of Naples not moving that way. But
probably
for Jamal to feel that he can bounce that with those English fleets sat there is quite impressive, right?
Yep. Now I think it's arranged. Doug does get kicked out of Sevastopol. It comes at the cost of Austria walking into Romania, and Austria also stays in Constantinople. So Shane has had a bad minute. There were probably ways for Doug to play that differently, but instead he gets eliminated, but really bloodies Shane Armstrong's game in the process. So that's the end of that threat, and Cyrilla and I will sleep easy this evening. For the rest of the board, England is now pushing entirely to the north, deals with fleet in Skagerrak, has some German help in doing it, but I don't think for a moment that Katie Gray now has Andre's best interests in heart in the long term. And I think Andre pays the price for moving to Baltic and then not making a claim on Sweden. And on such small details, World Championships can be won or lost. So it's really unfortunate for Andre there, I think.
Winter of 1903, we've got 2 units built by Italy, Army and a Fleet, matched by Jordan Connors putting down 2 armies. The rest of the board disbanding. We do say farewell to Doug Moore. That's 1 world champion on this board eliminated. And then we've got a rough disband from Andre choosing Belgium. Spring of 1904. I'm going to go to you, Chris.
Yeah, nice position for Jamal here. He can basically pick and choose what he wants to do. Mid-Atlantic to Greece. Well, we'll see. There's time. Shane not having a good time here. Norway walks into St. Petersburg while their army heads south, and the Austrian armies advance up into Ukraine. He does get into Constantinople. No, he doesn't. Oh, I see. That's a bounce in Constantinople. So Constantinople falls back to Bulgaria, and Italy helps with that bounce. What else do I see? I'm not sure what Micah's doing here. She shuffles those fleets around, goes up to Apulia. Why do you want a fleet in Apulia? I think she's suffering because she's friendly with Austria and she's friendly with France, and there's not much of Germany left to attack anymore. So she needs to find someone to find. Where's the next dot coming from at this point?
So, Chris, I'll pause there. Who do you go to? Or who do you go after, I guess?
I mean, Jordan is pushing against Russia, but he's not committing a lot of units there. He's got plenty back to defend himself. And at the same time, France isn't using those fleets right now, really. It's not easy. It really isn't. Maybe you do try and work with France and push the armies north, but the Burgundy to Munich doesn't make that look like it's a... Although there's been those friendly bounces between France and Italy. So, yeah, I feel like they could maybe work together. But again, you don't really want to be in that position where you're heading north as Italy. Munich is great, but further than that is very tenuous, right? Because you haven't got the fleets up there, and everyone else has. So, yeah, I don't know the answer to that one. It's a difficult position to be in.
And what about you? I'm pausing here because I also am struggling. Like, I've been in positions like this where I kind of get analysis paralysis. Like,
I mean, she's topping the board, but it's like, what do you do next?
So sometimes you have to invert the question and ask, who don't you like and why don't you like them? I don't like England's position. And the reason for that is there's only one obvious target, which is Russia, and you have no armies. So the most you can realistically hope for here would be Denmark, but you're really not making a play on Denmark there. You've literally just piffed your army rather than retreat it to Holland. So I don't like Katie's position. I don't like Shane's position because he doesn't have enough centres. That's a pretty straightforward one. Same for Germany. I don't like Austria's position because Shane has pulled back that army to Moscow to defend Warsaw. So now what is Austria getting easily there? That leaves Italy and France. And I actually think I like Italy's position. I think Italy is doing nothing very quickly, and Jamal is doing nothing slightly slower. And that makes me think that Mikey's just setting up pieces where she wants them to be. And like, where else would you put your pieces other than where they are right now? You've organised a bounce in Constantinople, so Smyrna's not really under threats. You're in Ionian, you're in Tyrrhenian, you have dynamic position. You can choose which way you go. Whereas Jamal's getting a build, but he's going to run into a wall soon, whichever way he goes. So I mean, Jamal is a great player, so we'll see if he can pull something out of the hat here. But I think I'm going with Mikey just by a process of elimination.
I think it's not too bad for Jamal to go north here against England.
We'll find out. I did also just want to, not that he needs it, but give a shout out to Jamal and to Katie, really, for that matter. We didn't touch on it too much, but the separation that they gave each other, recognizing that continued fight was not in either of their best interests necessarily, but especially for Jamal, like it was not looking like he was going to have very much life in this game. Probably not elimination or anything, but just not opportunities for growth. And that is not the case that we are currently in right now. Chris, this one's yours.
The bounces with both the French fleets, making sure he can't go north or east or south. He has to go to Germany, basically. The only units is allowed to move are his armies. But he does. He pushes up forward into Ruhr. He's got Belgium. And Holland looks like it should be his, right? I don't see why not. Interesting that, or is Munich his? Yeah, I don't know. Interesting the German support for the move into Ruhr. I'm not sure how to read that. Those English fleets move back up to Sweden and Norway. Yeah, the English fleets are just in weird positions. Shane gets rid of that army in Ukraine and gets into Constantinople with Italian support. So yeah, the interesting part is in the south here, where the shuffling of units for a turn has given Maika a nice position where she can now walk into Greece and help Shane into Constantinople and cost Jordan 2 units. And now Jordan's down to what, 1, 2, 5? Yeah.
Perfect. That's just a great strategic stab.
It is. It's very nicely done.
Yeah, Austria will collapse here.
Yeah. And you can build the army Venice and get the rest of these Austrian units.
I rate...
She gets most of it as well, right?
I rate Mikey as a player. I rate her more highly now than I did 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shane's not getting the dots there, right? She's getting the dots as well.
I will also say, like, going through the DBN Invitational, I get to talk to a lot of the top 28 players every single year. And a couple of years ago, when Mike first came onto the scene, everyone had positive things to say. She was learning quickly. This year, or in the 2024 season, just really came into her own. Ended up, I believe, in the top 7 for this year's DBNI, if I remember correctly. And the thing that impresses me most is I have not talked to a single person that does not say, I got beef with everyone except Micah. Like, everyone likes Micah, and to have this kind of success while still maintaining that kind of relationship, I've not had the opportunity to play with her, but that's a testament to her skill, not just as a tactician, not even as a strategic player, but playing the human side of the game. So shout out to Micah. Good to see that play here, but this is not a given. If not Mikey, who else do we feel like would have a chance to top this board, Chris?
I would have to go with Jamal as the other one. He's got a solid position there. There's no threats. And yeah, he's got to build at this point. So there's nothing wrong with that position. And Jamal is absolutely capable of doing great things with that position. So.
It's a Jade Buddha position, and the Jade Buddha is playing it. So he's the obvious number 2 pick. If he is indeed number 2, he's not close run thing. Brian, I have an important question. Who do you know who has beef with Chris Brand? The song is beloved by all.
I'm not naming names in that direction.
That is the playbook I try to.
I think their name rhymed with Andrew Goff, though. I'm not sure. So,
My brother has beef with you.
yes. All right, real quick. I've neglected chat. So Jason Gray, wow, one tough board. Completely agree. Love it. And we're seeing some quality play out of it, too. And then Katie, welcome. You joined just in time for us to cover your game. Glad to see you. Hope you enjoyed your tournament. And to everybody else in Dip Chat, thank you for participating. Great to see you. As we move into 1904, we are halfway through with our coverage of the champions pool for the 2025 World DipCon at Whipping. This one goes to Andrew. What do you like or not like about these adjustments?
Jamal's fleet in Marseille is interesting. Am I feeling threatened by that if I'm Mikey? Yes, I am.
But he needed a fleet, I think.
He maybe needed a fleet, but I mean, it's on brand for Jamal to move that fleet to Spain and then Portugal and then Spain, North Coast, and then Gascony and then back again. But it's still a worrying unit for Katie. Silesia coming off isn't the one that Mikey would have. Sorry, for Mikey. Silesia isn't the one that Mikey would have wanted to see come off, but it's to be expected. The point of the stab that Mikey has done here is that it isn't a tactical win. It's just a grinding strategical one, that whatever Austria does here, there's actually no good way forward for them now. And that's a brutal position for Jordan to be in. The army in Liverpool seems to me to be a garrison unit, but if it's the start of something Katie is brewing about Jamal, then Jamal will be very, very grateful for Fleet Marseille. That's for sure.
So what do you think about this pitch? I, as Jamal, am saying, hey, Jordan, you are upset. You just got stabbed. Let's work together. Put me into Munich. I'll build Fleet Marseille. Start moving against Italy. We can work together.
I mean, it sounds like I'm losing Vienna. The joy of the moves by Mikey is that there is not really a good play for Jordan now, but maybe it's a case of if he sees that and is beaten, then Bohemia cuts Tiroler is as good as anything. So yeah, I'd be pretty shattered if I was Jordan here.
Yeah.
This would hurt.
Well, the personality and emotion of this game is a big part of it. Being able to read that is something we cannot do while just observing from the board. But I'm going to be watching to see about that as we move into 1905. Andrew, this one is for you.
And Jordan, whatever the pitch was, just heads towards Russia.
Wow.
And in fact, it looks like Mikey has done a deal. So supports into Constantinople. Is that biting off a little bit too much? Maybe. Silesia is just conceding Munich to Jamal, and Jamal is doing exactly as advertised, moving fleets around in directions that are designed to look as inoffensive as possible. There is a genuine chance of Portugal and North Coast Spain being where they finish up here. And the point is just to look like you're not a threat here, because the action is all happening on the other side of the board. I actually think it's a really good turn for Katie Gray, who just gets a turn to consolidate a position, and no one has stalled her game here. So quiet move by Katie, but a good one. And in fall, Russia now works to put Italy into Constantinople, which frankly I don't understand what's going on. Great play by Mikey, puts the army in Piedmont. Two good reasons to do that. One, to free Venice up for an army build, and it's a guaranteed way to do that. But also has kind of seen Jamal coming a little bit there, has bounced Western Med. So Gulf of Leon is there, but now you can build a fleet in Rome and an army in Venice. And, you only get one build. So it's not quite perfect, but it's still another good turn by Mikey.
Serbia and Constantinople. Oh, but from down Munich, yeah.
Yep.
Chris, how do you feel about these adjustments?
It's interesting to see them both build an army. That, I mean, I like it because it's not. It shows that they're still talking to each other, right? They're not in one of those positions where you're just resigned to both fighting each other. So you keep throwing fleets into the Mediterranean, and so you've both got 4 there, and you get eaten by someone else. The army is, yes, it's near the other person, but it can't actually contribute to that big stalemate there. So yeah, they're talking to each other. It's good to see. At the same time, they're not building further away where the units might be directly useful to attack someone else, but they're defensive units, but they're not going to escalate the problem. And Katie built an Army London, which is presumably going to be convoyed somewhere. The last one ended up in Norway, didn't it? So that doesn't look good for Shane, who's already pulling one. Oh, he pulled Ankara.
Really good consolidation year for Katie there. That puts her right back into contention here.
Yeah, it's a nice solid looking position now.
So Jaden's asking, is this a draw prelude? How do we feel about that?
I would think people still need more points out of this game myself.
I think Mikey is probably, that's a draw prelude. I think if a draw is offered, Mikey might take that. I think that's probably enough points for her to have a feel that she might well be in the lead in a World Championship.
Could be.
But I think it's possibly a little naive to think that Katie or Jamal would be taking a draw at this point.
Yeah.
So let's pause here. We'll move into this next position. And then I want to just talk through points because I think we're getting to a stage in the game that's important for us to know. So Katie came into this. Let's see. I want to sort this correctly. So Katie came into this with in 10th place, and she needs 250 points to top or to catch Adam Siegel. So Jamal came in 6th and needs 205. And then Mikey is 17th and needs 308. So Mikey's definitely going to be needing a bigger result, but both Katie and Jamal will need big results. I think that they're probably needing, I'm making this up because I don't know the math very well, but something like 12 centers ballpark in order to get the points that they would need, understanding that Siegel could potentially get points as well. So keep that in mind as we move into spring of 1906, and we're back to you, Chris.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to start with Austria, Italy. Jordan managed to get back into Serbia, which looks like it might stick because Greece pulled back down to Ionian. Basically, Jordan's consolidating his position here. The other two armies come down to Vienna, Budapest. Meanwhile, Maker is reacting to Jamal, and Jamal is sending another fleet down. Despite the army build, he's still sending another fleet down there. Maker covers Tuscany, which is smart. That convoy across from Marseille into Tuscany is always something to watch out for. She wasn't going to fall for that one. The center is interesting to see the German armies going east. Very Andre. He knows he's not in this game for himself anymore. Very friendly to both France and England there, leaving Holland wide open to either of them, and Kiel open to either of them. And the armies for Katie go up to Finland, and the second one follows up to Norway. Shane seems to know that that's where the threat is. He's pulled the armies up to Livonia and Moscow. So, I feel like Katie's a little overexcited. I don't know that I would have convoyed that second army up there. You may need it, but now it's not going to help. It's not going to get her any further than St. Petersburg anyway. So it's just making her more vulnerable.
I'm going to beg to disagree on that one. That's the convoy I'm making every single day in spring. Because you can always convoy Norway to Holland just as easily as you can convoy London to Holland.
Yeah, that is true.
So if you do anything else, you're setting off alarm bells. And I don't know if Katie is going to stab here or not, but that's the convoy you make, I think.
Okay. Well, you can't convoy it back through north if north is bouncing in the English Channel, but still, fair point. Okay, the Mediterranean. Tunis gets into Western Med, which is a little bit of a setback for Jamal, but not a huge one. Jamal pushing his armies forward, though, getting up into Silesia with German help. That's always nice to get that French army that far forward into Silesia. It's become a Western triple now, and they're putting the pressure on Warsaw and Moscow. The army goes into St. Petersburg. And then in the Austria-Italy situation, Jordan manages to recapture Trieste. This is where Maker's fighting both France and Austria and isn't able to deal enough with both of them. So she's lost Trieste and she's also lost Greece. Unfortunately, and she's lost Serbia. Yeah, so this is not good for. It's gone from that great-looking position, and then had to send some units west, and it's all gone horribly wrong now.
Yeah, well, some of it was sending the units west, and some of it was also the relationship with Russia breaking down there.
Right.
So we will never know how that happened until we hear from the players involved about the negotiations. But that breakdown between Italy and Russia, that means there's no longer that second front for Austria. Yeah. That's been a disaster. And meanwhile,
interesting that Constantinople just didn't move. I guess worried about the Russian there.
Yeah, I mean, take a flyer. I don't
Could
know.
have at least gone to Bulgaria. Yeah.
Well, net result, we've got +3 for Jordan Connors, but as Poisonous Cat Frog says, can only build 1. That is an eternal problem for Austria when I play, at least. If I'm fortunate enough to build, which does not always happen. Don't always have the place to build it. Bad turn for Mikey for Italy. I mean, I'm sure that it can be turned around, but realistically, do you think this is going to turn around for Mikey, or is this all downhill from here? Just if you had to predict.
I mean, my prediction is Jamal will absolutely now be in the Mediterranean to help, which is never something you want to hear.
It's hard to see either Jordan or Jamal not pushing further forward.
Looks like Mikey choosing to punish Jordan rather than Jamal with those disbands. So that's not going to hurt Jamal's chances on this board. Spring of 1907. This one goes back to you, Andrew.
So Katie defending everything against Jamal just because there's a little paranoia there at this point, which is understandable. Katie, at some point here, needs to take more centres, and time is running out. So there's only so many turns you can bounce everything before other players will go past you here. And Jamal is making some progress, maybe not as fast as he would like. I think this is a little bit of a holding turn before we see what happens in fall. Russia's supporting Italy into Bulgaria. This is really suggesting that Mikey is furious with Austria and that a deal has been broken, and she's just going to go all out against Austria now. That's got to be good news for Jamal.
And is Shane janissarying to this Western triple?
Looks well. He took a French support. I'm assuming was negotiated. Yeah, that's a good call out. I didn't see that, Chris. Fall of 1907. Hear me out. Do you think that Katie Gray has the best chance at this point to top this board?
She needs to take those German centers ultimately, right? But they are open. The fleet in Baltic is kind of annoying, but
so hear me out. Does Jamal win the World Championship if he takes Berlin, Kiel, and Holland this turn?
So Berlin, Kiel, Holland going up +3 to 10. And then I'm assuming, I think he would need more. But is there more if he does that?
Is this his shot?
I think it has to. Someone has to. One of the two of them needs to make a move, for if they want a chance. And they may not be playing that game, but
Germany's building here, which seems like a mistake from a French and English perspective.
Well, we still haven't seen the full orders, so maybe they are.
Yeah.
That's why this could be the shot.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's find out. Oh,
the convoy to Belgium.
Okay.
Oh.
I like it. I did not expect that. All right, I'll shut up. This is you, Andrew.
Well, Nintendo announced that there would be a new Donkey Kong game for the Switch 2 on release, but I'm afraid Donkey Kong has arrived early because it is on like him. This is just a fight now. I think we have a couple of years left to go, and it's just a fight now. It's Katie identifying that Jamal was going to go for it. Jamal going for it, which I think is the right play. But Norway to Belgium is the perfect counter to that. But Jamal still goes up a build because he gets Holland and Berlin. Meanwhile, after a really bad turn last year from Mikey, that's a really, really good turn.
She's up 3 again now.
So it's going to be a real fight to the finish here, you would expect.
Yeah. All right. And a lot of times in this kind of game, it can come down to the smaller powers. They can be the ones who influence things at the very end when you get the two leaders going at it. I don't know who would have the advantage in that case, but it's exciting to find out. We've got +3 for Micah Blom, still in the lead. And then we've got two-way tie with our Western powers, Jamal and Katie. Look at what they put down. And Chris, I'm going to go to
armies for Italy is... I guess you've already got 3 fleets. Yeah, okay. Okay, so bringing that fleet down from Adriatic. Trieste supporting Venice is an interesting move. That looks like they've, despite the fact that she took 3 from Jordan, she still gets his support in the spring run. Bouncing Galicia is not very interesting. The German armies head back. The German army heads back from Warsaw towards the German homeland, but is not likely to get anything there, I don't think. And the English-French battle is fully on here with France dislodged from the English Channel, retreating to Picardy, which I can see that makes sense. The new fleet coming down into the Irish. And the retreat from Tunis is interesting as well, to North Africa. I guess with the two armies, Tunis is the one that was vulnerable. The Italian homeland looking fairly well defended now. So Jamal pulls that army back from Tuscany because it's not going anywhere. Decides I'll take Tunis and I'll deal with this English intrusion, which is seems like a very sensible play there. So Micah's back with everyone being friendly again, basically.
Yeah, I'd also note the hold of Serbia, Greece, and Bulgaria. That was a choice, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's definitely a peace negotiated between AI here. Okay. Very little happening down in the south there. Jamal sits in Tunis. Lots of supports in the Balkans and places. The army goes up to Apulia. I don't think that's significant. The other army comes down from Tuscany to Rome, and Piedmont goes back to Marseille. So emphasizing this, yep, we're at peace now. In Italy, France, we've done our battle. We're not doing that anymore. Shane tries for Bulgaria, but the one support is ordered this time. Germany, Andre does get back into Kiel, but he's still just... he kept Warsaw as well, so he keeps both those units. Shane deciding not to take Warsaw and instead positioning to take St. Petersburg. The little powers sticking together. And Jamal basically just manages to cover everything except the mid-Atlantic Ocean here, doesn't he? He doesn't lose... He gets pushed out of Kiel, but that wasn't his anyway, retreating to Ruhr.
And he does pick up Tunis.
So he gets a build. And I'm sure that Brest being open is a good thing because of that.
So we've got winter of 1908. The last game ended, I think, in 1908. So I think each table is on their own time. I don't think it's central clock. So this one might go on another turn. But if it were to end right now, Jamal would be the winner. I don't know that would be enough points. I'll need to double check, but it would be close. I think he'll be in contention with a score like this. Katie will need a little bit more. But let's say there's another turn. Can Jamal hang on to this? Can Jamal get more? Or does somebody else have the upper hand?
Jamal would be losing Portugal and couldn't realistically hope to stop another English fleet backing into mid-Atlantic as well. So you would have to think that Jamal is at his peak here. The question is, with Katie losing St. Petersburg, is there a crazy world here where Shane picks up St. Petersburg, Warsaw, Constantinople, and Serbia and joins the board top?
Yes, there is a world, and I'm here for it.
It
would be wild, but it is actually it is there.
That's not completely impossible.
All right. Well, the Jade Buddha does not put down Fleet Brest, puts down Army Paris instead.
That is exactly what I would have built Army Paris, because the unit in Brest is a sitting duck. Paris is able to support Picardy to Brest, which defends it effectively. So that limits the damage there. That's a quality build from Jamal.
All right, let's find out if we've got another turn. And we do. Spring of 1909. This game is going to continue to deliver.
Oh.
Andrew, this one's you.
Well, Jamal kicks the German out of Kiel, but loses Berlin. But Katie has convoyed Denmark to Holland, which leaves Denmark open for a retreat from Kiel to Denmark. Meanwhile, Jamal takes Belgium, but Katie convoys Belgium to Portugal, which is a wild move. That's next level convoying there. That's very impressive. And meanwhile, on the other side of the board, Mikey certainly hasn't given up either, dropping to Adriatic and moving Greece up to Albania, which is pretty high risk. You could certainly lose some centres over there. Shane was disappointed by taking Warsaw first, not St. Petersburg. So he might be going up 4. But, I mean, this is chaos. This is just a grandstand finish, this game. This is anyone's to win still after this turn.
Chris, I'm going to go to you. I'm going to take you back to 2016, and I'm bringing this up because I think I and many others have seen this video. We're at the point in the game now where you realize, hey, this game could go any way. I am currently on top. I might not be on top. It all comes down to when this game is going to get called. What is the emotion that's going through the 3 of these players' heads right now?
I mean, what I remember in 2016 was knowing that we were in the time period when it could be called, and literally just every turn just fighting as hard as I could, because you need to try and finish every year ahead of everyone else, right? So what else can you do? You just fight for every single dot that you could possibly take. But then the tricky part is where there's trade-offs, right? Where it's, do I take the dot now, or do I take the position so that I'm ahead next year? And those are the things where it's an impossible choice to make, right? And you hope the board gets called at the right time, which honestly, I was fortunate in 2016, it got called at the right time. It could easily have been called at the wrong time for me.
Yeah, that matches my experience exactly in Washington, where you're just a nervous wreck. The emotion is not anything useful. You're just, if you're in front the first year and there isn't a time draw, then you're in front a second year and there isn't a time draw. The emotion is, my brain is melting. You just have to try and block out that and focus on the moves in front of you. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and really block that out, because when you're stressed about that other stuff, it's easy to then mess up the orders, right? And the orders are really, really important.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, Fall 1909 might be the last turn of this game. We don't know, but let's assume that it is. I'm going to go to each of you. Your prediction for who tops. Ties are also an acceptable answer. We'll start with you, Chris.
I think it's, oh God, I think it might be Micah. She's, it kind of depends on Shane though. I don't know Shane well enough to call that. This is anyone's game, as far as I can see.
All right, I'm putting you down for Micah then.
Not anyone's, but I think, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
any
okay
of the
with
three. Andrew?
I don't know. I had 60 seconds to think about that, and I still don't know. Micah has a shot. I think maybe Katie. I think if Denmark is going to Kiel, then I think Katie. And if Denmark decides not to go to Kiel, then it might be Jamal and Mikey equal top.
All right, well, Fall of 1909, you get to call this one, Andrew.
Denmark does go to Kiel. So, wow, there's some mistakes made here, though. So North Sea going to Norway is probably not the move I'm making when a time draw is imminent. You've got to be supporting English Channel to Belgium there. Other things, Mid-Atlantic Ocean holding. Mikey just says no to cutting Western Med, which is, to me, that is quite shocking. But maybe it's exactly the right play for Mikey. Shane gets a little bit too clever and convoys Romania to Constantinople instead of just moving the fleet there, which means that when Austria kicks Serbia, Serbia has a retreat to Romania. And that's a little bit of luck perhaps for Mikey, but it might just be enough to get her the board top. The real big question now is that going to be enough?
That's a big mistake for Shane there. There was no reason to do the convoy. The fleet wasn't moving. The fleet wasn't a problem.
And yet I have miscounted, and somewhere along the lines, Katie has one more.
Katie ends up ahead.
Mikey has one less. I mean, we could go another year. They could have been rollicking along, but that's. I don't know where the extra centre came from there because it wasn't Holland.
Kiel.
Kiel is German.
German and stays German.
Yep.
Portugal, she gains.
Portugal. Yep.
Well played, Katie. But let's see if that's the end.
All right. Get our adjustments, and that's it. So
well played, Katie Gray.
Yes, very well played.
What a tremendous game of diplomacy.
Yep.
Yeah. That was a knife fight. That was everything that you want to see in this kind of game. It was so much fun for all of us, but I think you asked the $1 million question, is that going to be enough? So let's see. Katie looks like she needed 250 points. If I am
240.
Yeah, 241 and a half. So net result coming in under the 637 that Adam Siegel had. So no one from this board looks like they are going to be winning the championship.
Your heart breaks if this comes down to North Sea going to Norway instead of that one support. That would be heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But having said that, Adam probably gets 16 centres and it's all.
It's all from you. Yeah. All right. Well,
for all we know, they're watching Adam. They pop over and see Adam's game and be like, "Oh well, I haven't got a chance anyway, so it doesn't matter."
I was actually going to say that the fact that Katie is in chat rather than at the bar buying everyone drinks suggests that he wasn't going to get a big enough score. But
unless she's watching the game while buying people drinks. But all right. So
I just want to say, what a fantastic game. Katie Gray.
Yeah.
Hats off. Brilliant board top. But Jamal and Mikey as well. What a fantastic game of diplomacy.
They all played an amazing game. Yeah.
This is one of those moments where I am grateful as a fan of this game. Like I have not competed. I've not even been in top sevens for world championships before. So as someone that is just a lover of this game, somebody who is a giant nerd, this is the kind of game that makes me grateful to be able to do these streams. And I think that we should all just take a moment and thank our players for allowing us to have the privilege to cover these games. And thank you for that just masterpiece. That was great. With that, let's go to the final game. Round 4, game 2. We chose to come back to this one because Adam Siegel is the leader coming into this. And the reason I paused is when I saw Adam Siegel in Austria. Because if there is one power that is perhaps a little bit easier to gang up on if people really want to, Austria is pretty high on that list. So I don't know what is going to happen here, but Adam is got control of his destiny. He will need a little bit of points based on what we saw from Noam in order to overtake Noam. But will that be enough? That's really what this is going to come down to. Or will one of these other players who is a little bit lower on the list, will they have enough points to be able to overtake both Adam and Noam? So a quick look at our standings here. Again, for those just joining, we don't have all of the games loaded into Dipcast. Not every game was sandboxed, so that means that our points totals inside of the software are not accurate. So we're basing this off of what was provided to us by the tournament organizers for these points. So we've got Adam Siegel is the leader at 637. Riaz Varani came in, let's see, Riaz is in 11th place. So he needed 262 points. So he'll need a really good score. Ben Kelman is in 7th place, needing 227. David Hood is in 14th place, needing 296. Brandon Fogel is the one to watch, I think, in 5th place, needing 190. Jake Mannix, I want to pause here. I know I caught the very tail end of your broadcast, Andrew. Jake Mannix snuck into the top 21 on a tiebreaker. And not just one tiebreaker. They had to go to the second tiebreaker. So the tiebreaker rules were that you would look, if both scores were equal, you would look at their highest score first. And he tied with Johnny Gillum, and Johnny and Jake had the same highest score. So they went to the second highest score, which was the second, or whoever had the highest drop score. So Jake had the higher drop score, won the tiebreaker, and got into the top 21 as a result of that. But Jake is getting a whopping 327 points. So it's basically solo or nothing for Jake. And then Michalis Kamaridis. Michalis is the current reigning DBN Diplomat of the Year. Just finished winning the DBN Invitational. Has been on a hot streak. Came in saying he felt he was playing into the DBNI, saying he felt like he was playing better now than at any point in his career. So the question for me for this game will be, will he have enough momentum to keep that going? For that to happen, Michalis is in 20th, needing 321 points. So another player probably needs either a solo or really high, like 16, 17 kind of center game, which in Turkey in a timed round is going to be a little bit difficult to do. So with all of that context going in, I'm going to pause for a minute. And Chris, I'm going to go to you for this one. What are the stories that you are going to be watching for, understanding that maybe some of these players might not think that they've got a very good chance once they realize this doesn't look like a solo or top 16, 17 center top kind of game?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to play for that, right? Everyone's going to be knowing this bunch of people. None of them are going to be like, oh well, I'm just going to resign myself to trying to get second place or third place. Every single one of these people is going to be trying for it. If they need a solo, they're going to be trying for that solo. The big question to me is, where can Adam find a friend in the early game? If he can, because all he really needs to do is, like, he needs a reasonable result, but he doesn't need a big finish, whereas everyone else needs a big finish. So if he can survive the early game, find himself an ally, then this game is very different to if they decide to just pile on him and then see who can, play the game out from that point, which is an entirely possible thing to happen as well.
And Ed calling out in the comments, scores weren't announced. Players didn't really know what they needed. Yes, we did talk about that at the top of the game. I think that the players likely had a general idea. I think everyone knew that with the solo, Adam Siegel was probably the leader. But I don't think that players knew exactly how many points they would need, especially if we get to a point where it's like 5, 10, 15, 20 kind of points. So I think it's an interesting format, and it's something to keep in mind as we're watching what this looks like.
I guess, sorry if I can do my storyline here very quickly. That is, Adam might be one of the more unlucky players in World DipCons, that he has narrowly lost a couple of times, and it's been as much bad luck as it has been anything he did. And my goodness, this is a bad luck draw for him. He has got Austria. The player who can catch him with a decent score is Italy, and the player who needs an 18 gets Russia. You could not have asked for a worse draw than this one for Adam. So if he does manage to pull through here, he will have very thoroughly deserved the win.
Absolutely. And I'm going to be interested to see Adam and Brandon in particular. I don't know how often they've played together, but I know that Adam has joined our broadcasts here on DBN a few times. And not that rapport on air means rapport on board, but the two of them do seem to kind of view the game a little bit similarly from my perspective, at least in some of the ways. So does that mean that they don't trust each other? Or does that mean that they can work well? That's going to be something to watch. The other one that I'll be keeping an eye on, again in the East, really fascinating East, is Michalis Kamaridis, is known for his love of the IT. So maybe we'll see a little bit of that happen. And then the last one, Riaz Varani, one of the best players in all of diplomacy, in my opinion, does tend to go under the radar a little bit. And so perhaps being opposite of what could be chaos in the East, can Riaz take advantage of that? And then that's not to have any kind of oversight over Kelman, Hood, and Mannix, all fantastic players in their own right. This is another delightful board. Ball 1901. Chris, I'm going to go to you. What are we looking at?
Okay. I'm drawn straight to the IT. We saw the Venice go to Trieste in the spring, and then the convoy of Apulia to Greece in the fall. Is that supported? What did Bulgaria support? Which side did Bulgaria take? Supported Apulia to Greece. So Michalis took Adam's side there. But Serbia was tapped. So
no, he supported Brandon.
Oh, Apulia to Greece. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, that's why it bounced.
Apulia to Greece. Because the convoy. That's the support. Yeah. Okay. So Greece empty in the fall. Which means that Adam doesn't end up with a build, which is interesting. Jake manages to put the army down into Galicia, and an unsupported army into Romania succeeds, while there's a bounce in Black Sea. In the north, in the spring, Riaz went very anti-French. He went to the Channel and to Wales. And then in the fall, he convoys that army across, but convoys it to Belgium, which Ben either expected or took the chance, left Brest and Picardy. Well, he didn't have a choice about Picardy, but left Brest undefended. So picking up Spain and Portugal, gets his 2 builds. Jake gets Sweden. Yeah, Germany not particularly exciting.
We know that Belgium is where English armies go to die. Is it where Welsh armies go to die?
Yes.
Very important distinction. And Jaden, yes, I do wonder what David's thoughts are. All right. Winner of 1901, we've got pretty standard adjustments here, but you've got your favorite double fleets again.
all
Yeah,
three
true.
boards, all three games we've seen that 2 fleet builds. That's
So,
quite remarkable. I don't think you see that very often. So
no.
all 3 games.
I think there's an interesting army in Constantinople as well, which I don't think that's actually necessary at this point. I think Adam is just on the ropes already, so I might have been more tempted to build a fleet and force Black Sea. But
that fits the IT thing, right?
Yeah, that is.
yeah, if you want to make progress there, though, you've got to get into Black Sea. The second fleet is acceptable.
Yeah, I think that is Michaelis saying, or Michaelis saying that is that is signal. That is 100% diplomatic signal, in my opinion. All right, Andrew.
Doesn't get into the Black Sea, shockingly. Russia is indeed here to help Adam, which is always a delight. But Adam actually makes a stoic defense. Adam is not going to give this up without a fight, and he pushes back into Trieste and moves to Adriatic, which is a pretty stand-up effort to keep some kind of play, particularly remembering he probably only needs a smallish score here, maybe 50, maybe 80. He knows it's not going to be 1,000. So he's fighting for it, and that's a good move from him to give him some play. After building a fleet in London and a fleet in Liverpool, London goes to North Sea, supported by the English Channel, and the answer is yes, Welsh armies do die just as easily as English ones in Belgium. I almost feel that David Hood was biased in his set of moves here for some reason. I can't imagine why that would be. Having said that, it's a good move for the France and German alliance. If it sticks together, this is kind of why you don't build those 2 fleets. You don't have the leverage to move things around if everyone teams up on you now.
And Sweden's in Norway as well.
And now Denmark is in the North Sea, so Germany is absolutely in for this. In the end, Russia and England just swapped Norway and Sweden, so there's no damage done there. But the problem isn't that the tactics of those 2 fleets work. It's that it's really high risk, and if it doesn't work, I'm not sure I see what leverage England has to split the alliance apart here. They are pretty much relying on the other side of the board coming to save them. And given the murderous intent happening over there, it's a question of whether the 3 of them decide to come and save him or 2 of them team up. I'd be really nervous if I was Russia. I think Italy and Turkey are going to turn on Russia next. But we will see.
Went for Armenia this turn. So.
We will see soon enough how worried Russia should be. I think Italy is the best hope, but done all good.
Put down 2 fleets from Brendan Fugel's Italy. We've got another army from Michaelis. That's a lot of trust in his, at least, erstwhile ally. And we've got David Hood putting down yet another fleet. So I tend to be pretty happy if I'm Germany and able to put down a 3rd fleet in winter of 1902. Doesn't happen as often as I'd like. Chris, this one's back to you.
Yeah, I was interested to see what Brandon was going to do with those fleets: Apulia, Ionian, and Tyrrhenian. So this is very similar to what Micah did with last turn, last game. No commitment from the fleets yet, but we'll see. It does pick up Trieste, which is not a big surprise. Everyone seems to like that idea. But Greece supports Romania to Bulgaria is interesting. That says this is a wintergreen. This isn't an IT, at least for now. In the north, convoy to London that succeeds. Yeah, Riaz is on the ropes here. He's he tried the big gamble at the start. It didn't pay off, and now he's suffering for it.
I will point out that it looks very much like Adam is dead here, but he has a retreat to Tyrolia and there is no army next to Munich. So he will live to fight another year.
Not even a French army next to Munich that you could invite in to say, please cover Munich for me.
And that's not insignificant. I don't remember the point spread between where Noam and Adam were going into this game, but I know that it was more. So an elimination does not win Adam this event, but a large enough survival might, and he may survive another day. We'll find out.
And I mean, there are points for surviving to a certain length of time. So the longer he survives, the more points he gets anyway, right? And it could be one of those any point counts, particularly as far as he knows at this point in the game, right?
And Munich's not a bad place to survive in either.
Yeah.
All right, fall of 1903.
Yep, he goes to Munich. Shocking there. And Brandon keeps the pressure on, taking Serbia from Michalis. While Michalis does not take anything from Jake. So, yeah. And in the West, David Hood letting up on Riaz. He's got London. He doesn't need anything else. I mean, he can't get Edinburgh anyway, but he can get into Norway with English help, which is intriguing. So is this Riaz making a desperate play for survival here, saying, what can I do to keep me alive? And Riaz is also in the Mid-Atlantic, because Mid-Atlantic went to the Channel and North Atlantic followed down to Mid-Atlantic. This isn't terrible. Marseille is in Spain, so Portugal isn't open. This is a full turn anyway. Big bounce in Burgundy. Yeah, David not making... I mean, he's putting Holland to Kiel, I guess. And he's getting a build from Norway, so he'll be able to build Berlin, and with the plan, presumably, to then kick that Austrian army out of Munich sometime next year, probably. We'll see. So Ria's not dead yet, which I like.
Good turn for David Hood and not such a great turn for Ben Kelman.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to ask you, Andrew. If you're Ben Kelman, how do you respond to this, to David?
My first reaction is, if I'm not paying attention, it doesn't look like David has actually done anything antagonistic towards me. If I am paying attention, I'm really worried that my chances of topping the board are just quietly slipping away here. There's enough Italian units around that I'm worried about another fleet build here, very much enabling Italy to go both directions, in which case that could be, you may not get eliminated, but it's enough to mean you're not going to be contending to win the World Championship. So big worries for Ben, and I'd be having some pretty stern words to Mr. Hood about that.
Winner of 3, Riaz chooses to disband North and Skag. North surprising to me a little bit, but I guess you've got to pick something. And if you feel like your survival depends on working with the German, I guess that kind of makes some sense. And then we get an army and a fleet from Brandon, disband in Armenia. And that looks like that's it. So spring of 1904. Andrew, I'll let you take the lead on this one. Anything that you want to comment on these adjustments before we go into 04?
Fleet army from Italy is better news for France than 2 fleets. So Michalis fighting for a survival now. This is obviously not the game he would have been hoping for. I'm not sure I would have given up the Black Sea, but I also, at this point, you sort of just have to ask, well, what do you do? You've got to give up something. But it looks like a big wintergreen alliance, and I mean, it puts Brandon Fogel in the box seat. Ironically, all he would need here is a Fogel, and that would get the job done. He does move to Gulf of Lyon and Piedmont. He has a guarantee on Marseille now. I think this is Brandon's tournament to lose from here. I mean, David Hood is not giving up. He's convoyed to Livonia and gone to Prussia, so he's going to get Warsaw, and he's going to make a play here. But Brandon has a big head start on the leaderboard, so we'll see what happens. Final thing to mention here, in an interesting turn, is London walks up to Yorkshire. You would assume Picardy to London is by agreement, so maybe Ben did indeed have that heart-to-heart with David and say, "Hey, buddy, are we buddies or are we buddies?" And I think David has probably done the right thing, not picking a fight there just yet.
I would agree with that. I know that David does often talk about liking to say, "Hey, win your theater and then go find an ally," and that might be what we're seeing here. All right, fall 1904.
I mean, that's a pretty good plan that David outlines to do really well at diplomacy. It's almost like he was an experienced and good diplomacy player. I mean, he's also got some moves happening here. The walk into Warsaw is one I wouldn't have let happen, but I think maybe it's a case of Jake outsmarting himself there, that Warsaw is so obvious to cover that you go to Silesia instead, and David is seen enough to know how people's minds work in circumstances like that. So he gives up London, gets Edinburgh, picks up Sweden and Warsaw. So he is building
Belgium.
2 units.
He lost Belgium.
He has lost Belgium as well. So he's only building 1. It's a pretty solid turn, though, for David Hood. He's going to put up the best fight that he can, which is what you'd expect from someone of his caliber. But we would be remiss not to point out that whilst all of that is happening, Italy is doing everything that he needs to do in order to be world champion. That includes supporting Russia to Bulgaria and keeping the wintergreen rolling. It is looking like it might be Brandon's turn. I don't want to go too early. He needs lots of points, but he's getting the job done at the moment.
And for those that aren't aware, Brendan came in second, missing out on the world champion in 2023 he came down to the very last turn. And so this would be a redemptive story. I won't explain why Chris Brand is smiling, but if you go search on DBN 2023 World DipCon, you will understand. All right, fall 1904 is looking pretty good for a certain David Hood, and I did just want to call out, actually, Chris, let me ask you, David's biggest threat on this board for becoming the next world champion, Brandon Fogel is what Andrew said. Do you think that maybe continuing to work with Ben, giving him those 2 centers, do you think that was in part to slow down Brandon, make sure he doesn't have an easier path than for growth than David does?
Oh, I would think so, yeah. I mean, if I'm Germany, I can't really hit Italy myself, but stopping Italy from getting Iberia and coming up into the Mid-Atlantic is vital. You need someone to do that. You've pretty much ensured that it can't be England, so it has to be France, right?
Okay. All right, so we get the Army Paris, Army Berlin, and Army Venice. So continuing to see armies on the board as I've said this many times on air, as Italy, I really like to see Italy build as many armies as they can get away with. I think I worded as Italy should build as few fleets as is necessary, and I really like to see that army build. Spring of 1905. This one is to you, Chris.
Yeah, the fleets get into the mid-Atlantic, which is, oh, I see, supporting the English fleet into Spain. Nice. I like that. That English fleet that's been helping France up to now is definitely not helping anymore. Was it helping? Actually, was it helping France? I don't remember. Anyway. Spain moving up to Gascony because worried about pushing those armies forward. So it needs to cover Gascony and Burgundy because you don't want that Italian army getting any further than Marseille, basically. Unfortunately, the cost of that is that we've now got the Italian fleet in the mid-Atlantic, which is not going to be stopped by the fleet in the English Channel. So yeah, nice position for Brandon from that point of view. Kills that army in Albania, gets into Smyrna. Jake gets into Constantinople, so this is working nicely. Budapest pulls back to Galicia, and Moscow goes down to Ukraine. Okay, not sure why Moscow moved down to Ukraine. That's a little weird. Yep, I don't see that. But yeah, David seems to be getting the upper hand here. Munich moves now to Silesia. So that's interesting. That's obviously an agreement with David. So David doesn't have to dislodge him and cover Kiel and things like that. Dislodging someone from Munich is terrible because you need 2 units to do it. And you also need to cover Kiel, or Ruhr. But somewhat surprising to see Adam voluntarily move out of Munich at this point. Yeah, and the German fleet's moving up into Norwegian. I guess, I don't know. I can't see. David's mostly pushing against Russia, but then I don't know. Is he also setting up? Oh, he's also setting up to worry about the Italian fleet, I guess. It wouldn't surprise me to see Norwegian to North Atlantic, particularly as that fleet's in the mid-Atlantic now. In which case, that's well impressive that he saw that or knew that was going to be an issue.
There's a lot going on this turn.
There is a lot going on.
The one standout to me is Munich to Silesia when looking at the tournament as a whole. Andrew, any thoughts, theories on that?
Well, I think this is fascinating. I think with the players not knowing exactly what scores are needed, given they know roughly where they are, David knows he needs a big score, and he's going to need a much bigger score than what Brandon is looking like Brandon is going to get. So he has to trade away that idea that Adam needs to be eliminated to win. He has to use that extra unit for speed here, because if he does not go fast enough, Brandon will beat him. And I think David's playing a fantastic game here. I think he needs that Austrian army, and he needs to get it into Warsaw if he possibly can, just so that he has that speed, which is everything. But I really want to shout David's praises here. Bothnia, Norway, Norwegian, that's a faultless way to make the play on St. Petersburg. You're going to get St. Petersburg pretty much no matter what Jake does now. And that's not easy tactically to see when you're on the clock. So what stands out to me here is this is Brandon's to lose, but David is giving him every chance to lose it. If David can get rolling here and Brandon decides 11 is enough, David is still a chance.
Oh, we've got Italian and Mid-Atlantic in fall of 1905. That's always fun. What else do we see, Chris?
So not just taking St. Petersburg, but also getting rid of that annoying northern Russian fleet, which is that frees up those German fleets to do whatever they need to do now, which is very nice. Silesia supports the German move out of Munich. So yeah, this is totally an agreement whereby that extra army helps out. Is effectively a German army for the foreseeable future. God, Jake's wide open to Brandon as well in the center, isn't he? It's not quite the end of Michaelis, but it's pretty close. He's already lost Constantinople and Smyrna. He hangs on to Ankara for this turn. He's going to be down to 1. And Ben putting up a good fight. He has lost Spain. He does not manage to get a unit into Spain, but he puts Wales into Liverpool, which interestingly, David doesn't bounce. I wouldn't have been surprised to see Edinburgh to Liverpool. I'm not sure. Oh, no, I guess he wants the French units there, doesn't he? Yeah, no, that makes sense. He wants the French units. He wants Ben not pulling. Yeah, I think that's about it.
And Ben's only going to be able to build an army too. So since David now has pretty much full fleet control in the north side of the board, that's not insignificant.
Yeah, and has the fleets free to go down and take over that French position, so he doesn't need the French dots anymore. Doesn't need France to have the French dots anymore.
All right, Brandon puts down Fleet Naples, and we've got a misorder, I was told. Looks like David Hood tried to build Army Munich. And we have to remember this is face-to-face, so they're probably not using their unit little markers to show who controls which power. Probably, like, I get it. He was in Munich. Like, I totally see that happening.
Sorry, commentator's curse. I promise never to tell any player that they're good ever again. Sorry, David.
But still looking very good for both David Hood and Brandon Fogel. What we are coming down to here is a race. We have not done Who Do You Like, so we'll go ahead and pause here and do that. We know from the other two games, one got to, I think, 1908. The other one got to 1909. So keep that in mind as you're making your predictions. Andrew, you previously called out feeling this is Brandon's to lose. How do you feel about it now? You still that?
Yeah, I'm not changing my horse. I'm not hedging. I think this is Brandon's to lose. Just because for this game in particular, it could go either way. But Brandon has a big head start over David, I understand, from the tournament scoring. So for the big prize, this is Brandon's to lose.
And Chris, do you agree with that, or is there someone else you're going to pick?
Yeah, I feel like David's likely to be a little stalled in Russia now. Until Brandon decides to take some Russian dots, which then doesn't help David catch him up, right? And yeah, he can send the fleets west, but that's a tricky balancing act to try. Again, what we mentioned earlier, you can't expect to take all the French dots. Some of them are going to go to Brandon, which again doesn't help you. So I think David's the clear one to chase Brandon, but it's hard to see how he does it from here. But he could surprise me. I wouldn't put it past him.
The trick here is going to be timing too, because you don't, like, Brandon doesn't want to create a situation where he's like, if there's disbands, Jake and Ben are both going to have to pick someone to prefer with their disbands. So you're going to want to make sure that you are in better position to take advantage of those centers rather than creating the opportunity for someone else. And then I don't know if there's any kind of animosity here. But the other thing to think of is, I mean, this is a top board. And so a lot of top boards, your peers on the board are your jury, and how they act as you come down to the end of the game will often be dictated by how they feel you treated them. And so I think the other thing to be careful of as the leader is going to be making sure that you're not upsetting someone enough that they might throw to someone else. And then the last thing, and I'll shut up and we'll get to the game, is even if Brandon ends up topping, would it be enough? Or if David ends up topping, would it be enough to overtake Adam and perhaps Noam for the event win overall? Andrew.
Well, the big first question is, can Adam hang on to a center? It might make a difference. And he moves back to Munich to give himself some chance at assuring that. Brandon, having done everything right by Russia, including on this turn, gets rewarded by Russia, instead of retaking Moscow, flooding back to all of their centers in a defense that was entirely unnecessary. I can only assume that this is some David Hood diplomatic magic at work, but whether it's magic or just pure skill, it's done its job, and that changes things up quite a bit. The moment I worry about here, though, is in fact there's another move that's more concerning to me, and that is Mid-Atlantic Ocean was kicked out. I don't know what world I am retreating Mid-Atlantic Ocean to North Africa there.
Yeah, that's very strange.
The only thing I can imagine is it's an effort to convince France to move against David, but with what? If that's your thinking, I think that's a really concerning move for me. It suggests, I mean, even if you are trying to do that, why aren't you moving it to Western Med? That's quite concerning to me. David gets Russian support into Vienna, and Russia takes Serbia, proving that no good alliance set of moves goes unpunished. Meanwhile, David, there's a beautiful move here, which is Norwegian supports Clyde to North Atlantic Ocean, which makes it look for all the world like you're not being threatening to Liverpool, but in fact is full of sound and fury and signifying nothing. So beautifully played by David. It's been a good turn for him. He bounces Warsaw. He seems to have Russia just on his side now, despite the fact that he's all over the Russian position the second that he wants to take centers. This is magic from Dave Hood. This is just fantastic.
Yeah, David Hood famously said during our first season of DBN, the game is not called tactics, it's called diplomacy. And that's what we're seeing here. Somehow, David Hood convinced Jake to work alongside him, and that is the difference maker on this board. It is going to be difficult for Brandon, I think, to recover from this position, or at least recover at a rate that would be sufficient to catch up to David here. So not insignificant at all, and well played for playing the game that by playing the game as it was named, the way that it is intended. Winner of 1906, we've got Fleet Brest, Army Kiel, Army Berlin, nothing in Munich. We've got Army Warsaw. So doesn't look like there's going to be any change from Russia in this strategy by my read. We'll see whether or not that's correct. This one I'll go to you, Chris. Any thoughts about these adjustments? Anything stand out?
Pulling Marseille is a statement. The same message as retreating to North Africa, I guess, is I want to make peace over here so I can concentrate on the Austrian theatre.
Maybe the thought being his only chance of stopping Hood at this point would be have been go and do it, similar to what we're talking about with Jamal.
Right.
Obviously. All right, spring of 07.
Okay. Ben goes straight into Marseille, which is kind of to be expected. And Brandon mostly pulls back. North Africa goes to Western Med rather than Tunis is interesting. I don't know whether it's significant or not. A bounce in the North Sea. Brest goes to Mid-Atlantic, which doesn't tell us anything. North Atlantic doesn't move. Still keeping that option open of taking Liverpool in the fall. And then, let's see, the German-Russian alliance seems to be solid. I don't know why Bulgaria went to Romania. That seems very... I guess he's covering Sevastopol, maybe? He's not quite sure about David at this point.
It's an interesting turn from the Russian. There's a move to Vienna as well. What was Trieste's order?
Trieste supported. Oh no, Trieste. Yeah, supported something.
Oh dear, it was meant to be supporting Budapest to Vienna, and it's misordered.
That's interesting. Yeah, so Brandon trying to recover the position basically. This is a fall, right? Yeah, so Romania is to cover Sevastopol. So David's magic's worn off here, but he knows it, so he takes Warsaw, loses Vienna because that Trieste order is correct this time. But Jake also loses Bulgaria now, and he loses Constantinople with Michaelis getting a build. So Michaelis not out yet. What else? Adam is out though. David also taking the time to get rid of that Munich army, which doesn't bother. Which couldn't retreat to Kiel. So I guess that's reasonable.
Adam is confirmed as the unluckiest player in World DipCon history.
I think you're exactly right what you said at the start. Drawing this board couldn't have been worse for him before we even written the first set of orders. And David also picks up Liverpool. So David's up, Liverpool, Munich, Warsaw, down Vienna, so up 2. So, yeah, David, he knows David's been around long enough. He knows what he needs to do to win this. And so that this is what he needs to do, right? He needs to keep building 1 or 2 every single year. And
it helps if you've got places you can build them. This does happen as Germany when you are sitting on the line. But gives him a little bit of flexibility.
The only way to take Munich was to have all 3 home centres occupied, unfortunately.
I think, though, that 206 is enough. So if he can hold on, probably got 1 or 2 more years. Wow.
Yeah, so we know the other games ended, one 1908, the other one 1909. So we are coming up at it.
So that could be 1 more year.
Yeah. So, and it looks like it ends here. So I don't know if that was by time or by draw, but David Hood comes out topping the board with 12 center Germany.
Is it enough to pass Brandon? Is it enough to pass? I assume it's enough to pass Adam. Is it enough to pass Noam? What a thrilling finish.
Yeah.
So let's take a look now. I'm going to pull up some scores for the final, and let's focus first on this game. Talk to us. Chris, I'll let you go first. What was the main story of this game for you?
I mean, Brandon did everything right up to a point. The key deciding factor was that 1 year when Jake changed sides, basically, and that was enough of a hit to Brandon in the east that he had to give up on the west and was basically on the defensive from then on. Whereas David just managed to, David was picking his enemies all along, right? Initially, he went after England, and then he went after Jake, and then he went this finish, which is basically using Jake to go after Brandon. So, yeah.
Stupid Flanders in the chat says it was by time diddly-I'm. So it's it's a slow game,
So they
played
this
in
one
DixieCon style and won by the DixieCon man himself. So yeah, it's I think your summary there, Chris, is spot on. I think I just want to again reiterate, Adam's just desperately unlucky to get this draw on this board. So I hope his time comes. I sincerely hope.
Well, he is widely regarded by many players that I respect as one of the very best in this game, and it is sad to see him come so close yet again. But hopefully, like you said, that time will come. And Brandon, again,
in this game who I don't want to see on a board that I'm playing. So.
Brandon, again, another WDC that's very close, but not quite there as well. All right, well, let's take a quick look at our scores. So in that round, let's see, David Hood scored 309 points. Brandon scored 202 points. So the net, and Katie Gray in the previous one scored 241 points. We already know that Katie was not enough. She was too far behind. So right now the question is, we know that Noam overtook Adam very slightly by he had 186 points in the previous round, and when totaled up, that gave him a total of 673. Adam ended the game with 27 points, so 664 points. So Adam is not our champion, but it is close, very, very close. Brandon Fogel's total, 649.5. Does not manage to overtake. So now it just comes down to David Hood. David Hood, his total across all rounds, including the 309 from this game, 650 points. So that means that Noam Brown is the 2022 World Champion. Congratulations, Noam Brown. So Noam did not top that last board, but Noam had the highest overall score across all rounds. So that is, to me, playing the event format exactly how it was designed. Andrew, you've done this 3 times. I assume you remember your first time. What did that feel like? What do you think that Noam feels right now?
I hope it feels nothing like my first championship. I hope it feels like my second one. And that feeling of relief, there's a feeling almost more of disbelief than anything else. And I'll give you a hint. It doesn't matter if it's the first or the third. That never goes away. You spend the next weeks of your life expecting to wake up and not actually believe that this has happened. It's an incredible high, and it actually changes a little bit who you are. You see yourself differently in the morning, and Noam has had a theory of diplomacy for many years now, and for him it will be in particular a validation of how he sees the game and how he sees the theory of the game. And I can only imagine that will be deeply intellectually satisfying, as well as just the visceral I won a thing. The I won a thing is pretty good. I recommend it. But if you've invested as much as Noam has into the study of the game and what it means, I think this will be incredibly satisfying for Noam, and I'm just delighted for him. He's just a lovely, quiet guy, and I'm just delighted for him to have won this World Championship. Very, very deserving winner.
Yeah. Chris, same question to you.
Yeah, I can't disagree with Andrew. The two words that came to my mind straight away were relief and disbelief, and they were the first two things he said. So that's how I felt. Yeah.
Well, let's hear from Noam before we wrap up our broadcast.
Noam Brown, you've just been named the 2025 World DipCon Champion here in San
Feel honestly pretty tired, but also amazing. You know, it feels great. It was a really tough tournament, and I'm just like, it's hard to believe that I actually came through.
How did it happen? I know there must have been some keys to this weekend, so tell us how it happened.
The first round was pretty rough for me. I had a pretty solid FG. I was Germany, and we decided to try to take out Peter McNamara in England, and I learned pretty quickly that's always a mistake. Don't go after Peter McNamara. He managed to turn the whole board against us, and I got eliminated by I think like 1906 or so. But the other rounds went better. Second round managed to have I think 16 center board top is England, and third round managed to have a 14 center board top is Turkey, and mostly it was just like working with people for the entire game, but eventually towards the end, having to make a move to get the win. And then the final round was a really tough board, a lot of strong players, and I managed to turn what was looking into a pretty dire situation for me, where I was Italy. I got France basically like janissarying for England and Germany, trying to run into me. I managed to turn him around, get him a build in Marseille, and managed to form a line. And that, I guess, ended up being enough to secure the tournament.
Well, we had an interesting format that was tried for this event, where we had a sort of a cut line of the top 21 players would play in the fourth round, and their scores would be heightened so that it was the most, almost certain that someone that was in one of those top three boards would win. How did you think that system worked in terms of the board that you played on?
Honestly, I kind of liked it. I thought it was a good system. Yeah. I think the last board was definitely all the boards are very high caliber players. I had Peter McNamara on my first board. I had Brandon Fogel in Austria when I was Turkey on board 3. So it was really high caliber players across the board. But then on the fourth board in particular, I felt like it was very tough. A lot of tough negotiations going on there.
It looked like all three of those boards were just full of people that our DBN viewers will recognize, and maybe some that they won't, who are just as good. Was that your opinion?
That is my opinion. Yeah. 100%.
So in that final round, tell us a little bit more about, I heard what you said about they're trying to run in on you and all that, but who was your best relationship with? What country were they playing?
Best relationship was definitely with Russia. They were very willing to work with me the entire game. I think, first conversation, I was Italy, he was Russia. First conversation, he comes to me and says, I want to take out Turkey. We can't have Nicolas Sahage sitting in Turkey on a top board situation. And that was music to my ears. And then the board progressed in a pretty weird way, actually. So I decided to move to Piedmont, which is a pretty unconventional opening for Italy in spring 1901. But I kind of like it sometimes to put pressure on France to kind of slow them down in case they, end up doing an EF and sending fleets in the med. Usually I don't go in, but also if they cover it, then they can't build fleet Marseille, and it kind of gives you some breathing room. But Hunter in France ended up actually not submitting his orders in time because I think he was really struggling with what to do there. And he just didn't have any builds for 1901, which ended up spawning a very strong EG that was very fast moving.
You think EG at that point was smelling blood?
Yeah. And so there was a clock ticking until they managed to loop around and come through the Mediterranean. And there was a choice there of okay, do we focus on turning around, stopping the EG, or do we try to finish the job with Turkey? And Russia and I decided that we had to finish the job. That look, if we form a line here, if you think about long term where this is going to go, Nicolas, he's going to be content for a little while to sit around behind our lines, but he's not going to do that for long term. And so, we had to just finish the job. And then, by the time France decided to work with the EG pushing forward, and I ended up with France in Tunis, France in Ionian, and fortunately, they managed to they decided to let him have Marseille. And so I managed to convince him look, instead of working with them, take one of my dots, I'll support you in, and and then that was able to flip him.
That sounds critical, pretty critical to your result. Tell us a little bit more, for those that have been watching this stream, they've gotten it's kind of a general idea of how this tournament felt and how it played out. What were your thoughts just as an overall tournament experience?
I thought the tournament was extremely well done, actually. Yeah, I thought it was like, I thought the organizers did an amazing job. I thought Adam did an amazing job. It was really intense. It was like physically intense. I mean, I got like 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night. But it's an amazing experience to be able to play it with like players of this caliber, like this intensely, and especially like I did like having no time limit on the games, because I think it really changed the dynamic to know that there's not this like clock ticking down that you have to aim for, that like the game ends when the game actually ends. And it's not common in tournaments, and I see why, because you could have a game going until like 4 a.m. But I think it does make the games much more intense.
Yeah, maybe that's not for everybody, but it's great to have some tournaments for that experience for those of us that really like it, don't you think?
100%, yeah.
All right, speaking of amazing things, let's look at your hardware a little bit. Let me see your trophy. Pull it over here. We'll put it on the screen so the people at home can see. There's the first place trophy for winning World DipCon 2025. And then, importantly, the belt, the championship belt. We've all seen pictures of Dan Lester with the belt and Paul McCarley with the belt and Nicolas Sahuge with the belt. Now we've got, ladies and gentlemen, Noam Brown with the belt. Any final thoughts for the audience?
This belt is not going to fit me, but
I agree.
Honored to have it.
I agree that belt does not fit you, but the sentiment certainly does. Noam, congratulations on a wonderful victory. And are you going to maybe go to the Athens event in 2026 to defend your crown?
Got to defend the title, yeah.
That's big. We got at least one confirmed attendee just this afternoon for 2026 World DipCon in Athens. Now, back to the studio.
Congratulations again to Noam Brown. Andrew, you said something to me in chat while that video was going that I think is also worth bringing up.
That is one of the most real things I have seen, that David Hood, who must right now be thinking that is one that could have been his world championship, it is able to do that interview at all, let alone do it to his usual impeccable standards. So deep respect to David, who's, I mean, I don't need to sing his praises. Everyone knows who and what he has done for this hobby. But that's just a moment of realness that's tough, because if it feels disbelief and relief to win one, it's not a pleasant feeling being where David is probably right now. And what a fantastic representative of our community he is. I think he encapsulates a lot of what everyone's been talking about in this broadcast. So, and again, David, you're an inspiration to everyone who tries to do stuff for this hobby. So thank you.
Absolutely. All right, so here is a photo of our latest world champion with the last 2 world champions. So we've got Noam along with Nicolas Sahuge from 2024 and Jamal Blakarli from 2023. Congratulations again to Noam. And let's take a look now, or I'll read out the awards from this event overall. Buzz Cup, that is, I believe, a small competition between a lot of the western half of the United States. Katie won last year. It says go to Denver and Cascadia to win it. Handcuffs. This is from Adam Silverman. He said he's not going to give it to Karthik, Ed, and Liam for their 11-11-11 on round 1, board 2. From Jan, Shane, or Micah for their 11-11-11 on round 3, board 8. So giving it to Joey Beckman, Italy, against an EGR. Started throwing to try and break it up. Supported Riaz from Spain to Tuscany to push Riaz, who's in England, forward. Ended up getting him to 16. Ball gag. I don't know what this one is. Tim Crosby, a great player, but on our game, he was an even better talker. He kept Italy guessing, kept Austria loyal, and most impressively, he stabbed Russia and then was able to sweet talk him into continuing to work with them. Best Pirate went to runner-up for Andrew Zick for building Fleet Venice 3 times. Wow. And Pete Goggin for round 2 board 6 had a 6-center France with 4 Mediterranean fleets, including East Med and Syria.
The most impressive thing about that building Fleet Venice 3 times is he didn't actually play Italy all tournament.
Yes. Best Shane Cubis, Brandon Austin nominating himself.
That'll win you a Best Shane Cubis. Yeah, good work.
Whip, Karthik Konath in round 2, board 13, dropped from 5 centers to 0 in 1 year. Cannon, Randy Lawrence Hurt, 2-center Turkey, was Ankin Sev, ended up on 7 centers. Russian Flask went to Ruben Sanchez as Russia in round 3. Stumbling center count went 6-5-4-3-3-4-5-6-3-1. Nostradamus Award, that before the event, everyone had to make predictions, things like how many players would there be, how many boards played, what would the final result be. Tim Crosby apparently won that one. Hobby Service Clipboard Award went to Spiros Dovas. You can see Spiros if you go to World DipCon in Greece next year. Furthest Traveler Clipboard was Dominique Stevens. Best Rookie, I'm guessing clipboards were awards that were handed. Best Rookie to Hamish Vandergriff for 33rd place. Player's Choice from 25 different nominations was Zoe Cameron. Tournament Director's Choice was Liam Healy. 49ers, Zach Davis. I'm going to skip the team champs because we are going to be doing a team broadcast later, and I don't want to spoil that. Grizzly Bear, Isaac Jukes, 3 eliminations, 1 supply center survival. Hibernating Bear, Riaz Ferrani for Germany, round 2, board 4, played with 2 units for 7 years. Actually woke up in the middle to go up a center, but didn't build it. I guess that meant that he may have been asleep during that. Best Austria, 12 center supply center for Dan Lester. Best England, 17 supply center Brandon Fogel. Best France, 12 supply center Micah Blom. Best Germany, 17 center Jordan Connors. Jamal had an honorable mention at also 17. Good event for Germany, it sounds like. Outstanding Italy, 17 center Nicolas Sahuguet. Best Russia, 16 center Jan Clouet. Outstanding Turkey, 18 center Adam Siegel. And your top 7 players overall for the 2025 virtual World Diplomacy or World DipCon Champion, Jan Clouet in 7th, Katie Gray in 6th, Brandon Fogel 5th, David Hood 4th, Adam Siegel, I'm doing this backwards, 2nd, and Noam Brown, your winner. So congratulations to all the attendees, all the participants, all of our award winners, and a special thanks to the organizers. If you have not made it out to Whipping, I highly recommend it. It is one of the premier diplomacy events. That team knows how to put on an excellent event. I have seen nothing but positive feedback from all of the attendees. So shout out to Adam Silverman, Siobhan Nolan, and Alex Aman. Fantastic group and fantastic event. Chris, any parting words?
I think you've covered it. Yeah, those were very enjoyable games to commentate. I'm definitely worthy of being a WDC, and congratulations to Gnome. Yeah.
I did forget Eddie Brisson. I couldn't do that. The legendary Eddie Berson is definitely a big part of the whipping event and one of the organizers for this one as well. Andrew, anything you would like to add?
Well, first of all, congratulations to Gnome again. What a wonderful moment. What a wonderful winner. And massive FOMO for missing out on this one. I hope to see everyone in Athens for World DipCon next year, if not at North American DipCon or Euro DipCon before then. I think the community and the socializing is just worth it for itself. But just the idea that you can compete in a game like this and it can now be done in a way where there aren't people shouting, there aren't friendships being broken over the board, is where we are in 2025 is the best place. And come along to a tournament. And spoiler, see you all in Melbourne in 2028 as well. The bid is coming.
Fantastic. Cannot wait for that one. I'd like to thank you, Chris. Thank you, Andrew, for joining. Chris, it's great to see you again. Andrew, this was a marathon. You woke up extremely early to do this, covering not just this broadcast, but another one of equally long length. So really appreciate both of you. I know that all of us wish that we had been able to be there along with everyone else. So I'm grateful that we were able to find a way to connect and be part of it in some small way. And I'd like to thank each of you for watching this broadcast. This channel would not be here without everyone's viewing and comments. Appreciate everybody in Dip Chat. That's always one of the highlights for me. We've got a fantastic community, and really that is what keeps people playing this game. And keeps people coming back. The game is fabulous. It really does create some amazing psychological situations that you would not otherwise be able to experience in a very healthy environment. It gives you an opportunity to learn about yourself, learn about how you can improve your relationships with other people, how you can compete for your own benefit and stand up for yourself without abusing someone else or putting them down. It is a great game, but at the end of the day, people stay because of the people. And I'm grateful to be part of the community. Glad that you are all here. And thank you all for watching. And with that, we will end our broadcast. We're going to split this up in two parts. Chris, you get to say the first part of our outro, and then Andrew, you get to say the second part. Okay. All right, we'll end on that. I'll just handle it. Stay safe. Well, everyone. Good night.